broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limit time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Start your engines and your savings with Roto-Rooter. Download the Roto-Rooter app for exclusive discounts. Plus, enter to win the Speed Stakes VIP Race Day experience right from the app. You pick the race. We'll cover the tickets, flight, hotel, and race day cash. Plumbing problems? Trust a team that operates like a pit crew. Roto-Rooter for fast and reliable service. Get the Roto-Rooter app now and race towards big savings and maybe even the checkered flag. Click on Speed Stakes within the Roto-Rooter app for details.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan.
Yeah. A Friday night. KM to AM. I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Give me the sunshine. Give me a dew. Yeah, Yankees win. We'll get to the Mets. It's a football Friday. Week 2 begins. Dial 888-808-1019 one time. Hit my line one time. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, maybe you are joining us live on YouTube, streaming on the free Odyssey app, the TuneIn app, iHeart app, WFAN.com. Maybe you're just behind the wheel, riding somewhere on a Friday night, listening to 101.9 FM, 660 AM, far-reaching from Maine down to Georgia. Let's have a good time tonight. Let's talk about New York sports. To the victor go the spoils, man. When you win, you go first. When there's positive vibes, positive energies, coming from Fenway, we got to talk about that. And I'm not getting ahead of myself. But if you want to win the series, it behooves you to take that first game. And that first at bat from Judge is really on one right now. Trump bump, since he shook Donald Trump's hand, right? In his 5 at-bats after shaking Donald Trump's hand, 3 homers, hard hit single, like 106-mile-an-hour single. DHing. I just saw E-Man in here who did the post game, and you know what I said? I was like, that was fun because it was a complete game, a clean game, and you kind of exercised some demons in Fenway. Even though little wacky things started to happen where, like a ball hits Jason Dominguez or Jazz Chisholm is safe, but since he was called out, they can't overturn the ruling on whatever. That was a game that we needed because it just marks off a lot of boxes. Earlier today, we got the news, and we've been talking about this the last couple of days, but, the news came out that Aaron Boone said he does not expect to see Anthony Volpe start any games in the series against the Red Sox, but he could be available off the bench as he recovers from the cortisone shot in his shoulder. Okay, so you know what that meant. That means Cabby 2.0. That's on you, bro. You're starting at shortstop. And he is a pest. He is annoying AF. He is an agitator. I like that kind of guy on the team. Paired with Jazz, the speed that they present, the athleticism that they have, putting the ball in play, getting on base, stealing bases, putting pressure on the defense. Like, let them make mistakes. Instead of the Boston Red Sox running on us like last year with Stroman and Trevino, they set a record on us. Instead of them running on us, we ran on them. That has to be in your toolbox. That has to be a weapon for the New York Yankees. It's refreshing to see. And Buck Martinez, yeah, I'm talking to you, Buck. Buck Martinez gave the Yankees bulletin board material. Buck Martinez came out and said, well, the Yankees aren't a good team. If they don't hit home runs, they don't have a chance to win. And since he said that, they have turned into the small ball bombers. 888-808-1019. I see a difference in the approach. A lot of singles being hit. Like, that's not random. You know what I'm saying? They go from swinging out of their shoes, feast or famine, only being able to manufacture a run via solo shots early in the Tiger series, to now all of a sudden back-to-back nights, back-to-back wins, driving in runs, hitting singles, doubles, putting the ball into play, getting on base, stealing bases. Good. I talk about a lot how teams have to evolve and how it's a long road. It's a long journey. It's 162 games. We take it day by day, series. You know how I talk about this. This is the Yankees rounding into the shape that they have to get into for the dance. Bum, bum, bum. There's a high percentage chance that they're going to dance with the dirty water Dead Sox. And I like the look of this first game tonight. Luis Gil. Luis Gil looks like a guy that wants the ball. As we're talking about Cam Schlittler being the Game 3 starter, the reigning Rookie of the Year is like, do not forget about me. I just got to get my feet wet again. I missed some time, but back-to-back starts against postseason teams, Toronto and Boston. Luis Gil looking good. Had a little bit of a no-no going. He was Houdini working out of trouble. Threw 93 pitches, 54 of them strikes. And yeah, he was done when he was done. Good. But I had this thought and this feeling in my mind as he left the game, we don't have enough runs. Add more runs. 4 is not enough. They could load the bases in one swing in the ballpark with the worst dimensions in baseball. Like, they could tie the game. This bullpen has imploded all week. It's still the same week. I don't trust Fernando Cruz right now. Fernando Cruz, good. He gives up a solo shot. No harm, no foul, because that's the only run that the Boston Red Sox would score. The Boston Red Sox would strike out 10 times tonight. The Boston Red Sox were left stranded. They were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, leaving 7 on base. Good. Usually that's a stat that I'm reading to you about the Yankees. Lucas Giolito, just to start the game. Why in the world would you throw that pitch to Aaron Judge after you just saw him meet the President of the United States? You know he's on one. That pitch was middle. Bye. Second pitch of the game. And then the Yankees just do what they got to do the rest of the way. Devin Williams, I mean, I know it's never easy with Devin Williams. I know Devin Williams scares a lot of us, but we got to use him. It is what it is. He hadn't pitched all week. It was his time to go, his time to throw, and he got out of that perfectly fine. Gave up 1 hit, worked out of trouble. Ryan McMahon to Goldie. I'm telling you how pumped up I was to see Ryan. Mama, there goes that McMahon to Paul Goldschmidt. Defense. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not so fired up about the win. It's one win. You know, when you look at the standings, it is what it is in the standings. When you look at the wild card standings right now, your New York Yankees are +3 in the wild card, a game and a half up over Boston. When you look at the division standings, the Yankees are 3 back in the loss column behind Toronto and 3 games back. And obviously, they took the season series. I'm not even worried about the division. It's going to be tough. Toronto won again tonight. But what I'm excited about is their ability to play a clean game against a team that they haven't done that against. I was at the first game of the Red Sox series when it was in the Bronx, and Gil was on the mound, and Gil couldn't field his position, and Ben Rice was throwing the ball around, and they were kicking the ball around, committing errors, whatever. A clean game tonight. A game where they ran wild. A game where they hit singles. A bunt was laid down. Like, little things that they say that the Yankees can't do. Fundamentals. They did. And, of course, your closer, David, put him to Bednar, goes in and does what he's supposed to do, and I have no fear. I have no worry. I know the game is over. I'm packing up. Like, I got to get to the fan. I'm out of here. Yankees win. Duh. Yankees win. Now, if you listened to me last night, I said, why not go and sweep them? I wanted 8 out of 12 here. You got 5 wins. Well, now you got 6. Why not sweep them? It isn't getting greedy. Go sweep them. Take all these games. I know it's going to be tough with Garrett Crochet on the mound, but I think you win the series tomorrow, and then you challenge Crochet, and we'll see about it on Sunday Night Baseball. I'm feeling good about that. Hope week continues. All I can do is hope. All I can do is hope that they play well. All I can do is hope that they get right. All I can do is hope that they perform against the Boston Red Sox, who have owned them the entire season. This is the last series. Long night for former Yankee Carlos Narvaez behind the plate. Catcher's interference. He did not tag Jazz out. He got lucky that the umpire called him out. Base is being stolen on him. Right? Remember, it was this whole thing about how he had a revenge game against the Yankees and how the Yankees discarded him, whatever. 0 for 3, 2 Ks tonight. Nathaniel Lowe, who, when he first came to Yankee Stadium and they scooped him up for nothing, they scooped him up for free. I knew he was going to kill us in the last series. Well, what did he do tonight? Nothing. 0 for 4, 3 Ks. Masataka Yoshida, who I had hoped would be Yoshida, the Yankee once upon a time. 0 for 4. The Yankees pitched. They hit. They took the lead. They kept the lead. They only gave up 1 run. I have nothing bad to say about anyone or anything tonight. Nothing bad to say. Trent Grisham, don't worry about it, brother. Don't worry about it, bro. Come through tomorrow. Come through tomorrow for us. Austin Wells, don't worry about it, bro. You handle business behind the dish. You went over, didn't matter. Other than that, I think everybody got a hit. Judge, Rice with 2 hits. Belly, Stanton, Jazz with 2 hits. Cabby, Ryan McMahon, 9 hits on the day, 4 runs scored, and it is what it is. Couple errors, but I'm not tripping off of that. That has to obviously get cleaned up a little bit with the throws, but I think it will. Caballero with 1, Jazz with 1, and that's the thing too. With those 2 guys, as much good as they're going to bring, putting pressure on the defense and running and potentially double stealing and just being a problem, on the base paths, they're also head cases. Those 2 lead the team in ejections. I'm pretty sure. Definitely Jazz. If Cabby's got to be right behind him. If Jazz has 3, Cabby's got 2. And I don't really know who else has been tossed out of a game this year. All right, 888-808-1019. We'll start with the Yankees. And I don't know how I feel about the Mets conversation right now. It's not time to troll the Mets yet. Maybe it will. Maybe it will be at some point. But it's bad over there. L7 and the way that this game started, I'll save it. Because we got all Yankee fans. I don't want to kill the vibe. I don't want to talk about the Mets and kill the vibe and the good energy. You know what I'm saying? I just want, I just got to keep it. Got to keep it to the Yankees. They don't pay me to live in the Mets' misery of the collapse and what the hell is going on over there. People taking off their shoes to try and spark a rally. Keith McPherson on the fan. Dial 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan. 1019 FM.
I went back to look at Justin in some of his games that he had played in Chicago and Pittsburgh. I mean, he had some really good games. I mean, but this game was a game where, he only threw 22 times. They ran the ball really effectively. And they want to become a more physical offensive football team.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Sal Licata. Get your game on at Wing Creek Bethlehem. Play the hottest slots and table games or go big in the poker room. Feel the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming. Try axe throwing or virtual golf. Dine at their classic steakhouse, chop house, or enjoy contemporary urban cuisine at Urban Table. Cap it off with cocktails and a stay at Wing Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wing Creek Casino-verse. Learn more at wingcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Let's get it, man. Let's get right to the phones, get to these calls. Keep it fierce on the Fan. This show will fly by. Good to be with you on a Friday night. Football Friday. We'll get to Jackson Dart and the Buffalo Bills coming to town. And let's talk about the Yankees, though. This is what people want to do. This is what the phones are looking like. Philip is in Freeport first on the fan. What's up, Philip?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So you know what? Listen, it's amazing. Trump comes in and they win.
Back-to-back games.
Can you believe it?
There's some energy. I mean, you can't. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of them are fans of Donald Trump, and there's something about the most powerful man in the world coming into your clubhouse, shaking everybody's hands. They carry that energy.
Done that, by the way.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that, by the way. If people want to dismiss whatever, you have to dismiss that, by the way. You're a very smart guy. You're on the edge. You're doing a great job. But you can't dismiss that one. That's a big one. The president comes into the locker room.
No, that's not a regular day. And I don't know. With Judge, I just think he took some power from the guy.
I love the Yankees. Did you see what Trump did to his arm?
Oh, yeah, that kind of scared me. I'm like, hey, does he not know that this guy can't throw? Don't even tap that elbow. We need that elbow.
He's not twice. I can't.
He's not thinking about that. He might not even know.
Let me ask you a question. Look. Obviously, the division's very tough. Very, very tough for them to win that, the Yankees. And by the way, you want them to win that because the wild card's very tough.
Yeah, you want the bye, of course.
You definitely want that. And thank you for the time, but I want to say like 80 more questions.
Thanks for the call, Philip. Of course we want the division, but you were dominated by the Blue Jays this year, and I don't know if you want to play the game, like there's not that much time left. That's why I hear people talking about the Mets like, oh, there's still time left. And I don't know if they're trolling or if they're joking, like, oh, the season's not over yet. There's still plenty of time left. And it's like, this is baseball. You can't have a 7-game losing streak now. And, like, for the Yankees, it was good that they took 2 out of 3 from the Blue Jays. But the Blue Jays just beat the Orioles tonight. They probably will take at least 2 out of 3 from them in their own building. Then they will face Tampa for 4. They're going to win at least 2 there. Then they have the Royals, the Red Sox, and Tampa again. I just don't think there is a spot where, like, I don't think the Blue Jays are going to fall off, is what I'm saying. I think that they're in a great spot to finish in first place. Now, anything can happen. Yeah, somebody could get hurt. I'm not wishing that on them. I mean, Bo Bichette is hurt, but I just think now we're at the point of the season where, okay, the division seems out of reach. Hold off the Red Sox, and you are literally facing the Red Sox, where you take 2 out of 3, potentially sweep, then you're good money. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay.
Hey, Keith.
Hey.
Keith, I noticed one good thing. They don't have to hit home run. They play good, crisp game. They got hits when they had to. The bullpen took care of business. And if they could keep things going that way, even let's say they win 2 out of 3 series for the next, let's say, 9 games, they'll be fine. I have no worries about them.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They're definitely making the postseason. But
yeah,
this
but
is what
the team in Queens, here's my other point.
Yeah.
This guy was a bench coach, Mr. Mendoza, right? For Boone?
Yeah, for a few
I
years.
don't know what his problem is. He looks like he's shell-shocked.
I would be too.
You up there.
I would
Have
be
a
too.
good evening.
Thanks for the call, Phil. I'm going to do it now, and I'll take us to the break, and then I'll take your calls on the Mets as well. I'm not trolling yet. Trust me, that day will come if this continues. But, like, I kind of felt bad. Like, I'm listening to the post game, and 22-year-old Jonah Tong, he sounds like he was crying in the club. He sounds like he was weeping, and he was coming from just, like, getting it together to talk to the media. It shouldn't get to that point. I look at the people in charge, like Mendoza, like Stearns, like Cohen. Great plan you had. Great plan you had to get to the end of the year, the most important part of the season for you to ensure that this $340 million club goes back to the postseason, and you're relying on a 22-year-old kid on Friday night, black jersey night, Jacob deGrom coming back, all of that energy in the building. You're relying on this kid, and you know what? No one is surprised how that first inning went. This is his 3rd start. No one is surprised how that first inning went. This Texas Rangers team just swept the Brewers. And they've got a lot of young guys in their lineup that they were looking at Jonah Tong like he was food.
Let me see that tongue.
Oh, my Goodness. Is this a thing? Do they play that? Oh, my God. I don't know what you Met fans do. I see you guys taking your shoes off. They had a whole segment about taking your shoes off to spark a rally. That's not going to do it. Stop the gimmicks. It was Stranger Things night. It's too late for all of that. You got to play. And you know what? You're relying on this kid, Jonah Tong. And that's a tough-ass spot for him to be in early in that game. Those walks will kill you, young man. Learn from it. Learn from it. When he is an ace and he is dominant in a few years, maybe it's DeGrom's farewell tour, and he comes back around to Citi Field one last time. DeGrom said something like he felt sick all day. He felt like he was making his debut. Like it really meant something to him. And you know what was crazy? After they had to take Jonah Tong out of the game, he didn't even get the proper reception from the Met fan faithful because the Met fans were booing and disgusted at what they had just witnessed. First batter of the game, former Yankee farmhand Josh Smith, walks. And then the kid strikes a guy out. Good. But those walks will kill you. Jock Peterson walks. You're in trouble now. 2 on, 1 out. But then he does get the second out, and it's like, okay, kid, rumble, young man, rumble. Nope. Josh Young singles. That first run is on the board. So the Mets are down again early in the game. First inning. Didn't take the lead. Alejandro Osuna singles. It's 2-0. And then with the bases, it's all this traffic on the base paths, you know the worst is coming. Cody Freeman single. It's baseball, station to station. They just move them along. 4-0. And now the boo birds are out. You can hear it. And they're not booing Jonah Tong. They're booing the organization. They're booing the Mets that talked about World Series in 5 years, this being the 5th year. They're booing the Mets that are forcing a 22-year-old kid to put the franchise on his back. You know, it's interesting, too, because I talked all week about how, the Mets are celebrating 3 million fans in attendance this season and how Steve Cohen called the fans out to come to the ballpark. Where is he at now? Let me check his Twitter. Let me check Steve Cohen's Twitter. I don't think he's tweeting now. I think he's mad as hell somewhere. And I also think he's shook somewhere. That he spent $340 million on this. He hasn't tweeted since August 15th. I remember the last time I did this exercise, he tweeted right after I said it. It took him a month. He had tweeted on July 12th. He said, there seems to be less complaining after the team scored 7 runs in the 8th and the 9th. Funny how that happens. Yeah, funny how it happens, Steve. Now they don't ever score late. They don't ever have a rally in their bones. They have a glass jaw. They can't get off the mat. So that shortens the game for the Mets. The Mets are playing 7-inning games. They have to take the lead and win in 7 innings because they're not going to do anything late in the game. But anyway, yeah, nothing from Steve Cohen. When's the next media availability for David Stearns? I want to watch it on YouTube. I want to watch it live. So he's got some splaining to do about this. You are relying on children. You are relying on kids with literally single-digit starts to save the franchise, which paid Juan Soto all of that money. Paid Francisco Lindor all of that money. Paid Pete Alonso all that money. And you know what? Those guys did actually get some sac flies and battle back against DeGrom, but that game was over 6-0 in the first inning. They had to pull this young man from that game after getting 2 outs. Gave up 4 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, and he just went into the clubhouse and he wept. Jonah Tong, you deserve better. Met fans, you deserve better. This was a year where they added the mascot race. This was the year where, they raised your ticket prices and they raised them for next year, where you were so excited about having the missing piece, right? Juan Soto was supposed to be the piece to get you to the World Series, and only the Mets can out-Mets the Mets, man. They're in a bad one. 7
No one
losses.
will lead us.
Oh, I mean, Positive Tommy will tell you there's a lot of time. Go check out Tommy's Twitter. We got to make a push for Tommy to monetize his Twitter. There's no point in getting all of those replies and retweets and quote tweets and not making a couple dollars off of it. Tommy, come on, bro. You're killing it. And whether it's shtick, whatever it is, it's funny. It works. Frank the Tank came on. But hashtag Frank was right. 888-808-1019. What I'll say is, the Mets did have some fight in the dugout. At least we were seeing some of that. They did not go quietly into the night. Like I said, they did rally. Soto and Alonso had back-to-back sac flies. And at least they made you think, when it was 6-3. Like, okay, they're halfway there. They got a shot here. But what a weird night in Citi Field for the return of Jacob deGrom. What a weird night in Citi Field for your future young ace, Jonah Tong, to just get humbled, to get smacked, to take his lumps. And he didn't really take his lumps. They had to pull him. Then you go to the bullpen, and it's Brazoban, cool. It's Stanek, cool. Those guys were traded for last year. But then you get to Gregory Soto, who was traded for this year. You might as well DFA him. I know they're not going to do that, but he hasn't been good. At least Ryan Helsley didn't completely blow it. And by that point, the game is over, man. So it's just another L, another losing streak. And what do you expect these guys to say in the postgame? Or another game added on to the losing streak. What do you expect them to say? We are free falling. We are collapsing. We can't stop the bleeding. We know we are in peril. This is dangerous. Our season is on the line. And as we look at the standings in the wild card, it is crazy to think that the Cincinnati Reds and the Giants are both a game back. You've got two teams on your heels. One that owns the tiebreaker against you. We'll talk about it. I'll say good morning on the other side. It's already midnight. KM to AM returns right after this.
The Scarlet Knights go for 3 in a row versus Norfolk State. 3:30 tomorrow.
He's in! Touchdown, Rutgers!
The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate.
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
There we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're in the market for Michelin tires, get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. With Michelin's innovative technologies designed for durability and performance, you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
The Rico Brogna podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, host that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation, and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Important series at Fenway with Aaron Judge setting the tone.
A 1-pitch swing on a high fly ball. Deep to center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark. Out of the ballpark on the Lansdowne, 1-0. Yankees as Aaron Judge cranks home run number 47.
Moving him past Joe DiMaggio, 4th place on the Yankees all-time list as the Bombers finished off the Red Sox 4-1. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Luis Heel did not allow a hit over 6 scoreless. David Bednar shut the door. The Blue Jays won, so the Yankees remain 3 back, but now 2 up on the loss column on the Red Sox for that top wild card. Mets struggles continue. Jonah Tong rocked 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning as the Rangers dominated the Mets 8-3.
Keep your head up, keep going, there's no other way around it, just flush that one off and just keep moving forward,
Meanwhile, Jacob deGrom allowed 3 runs over 7, his 12th win and a triumphant return to Citi Field, along with a video tribute before the game.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like I said before, this is where it all started. And then coming back here, I thought it was going to be a very special day. So thankful to the Mets for playing that. And, like I said, these fans were great to me when I was here. And, that was a really nice thing they did.
7 straight losses for the Mets, 31-48 since June 13th. Their lead in the wild card is down to 1 on both the Reds and the Giants. They're both in action now. But the A's with a 2-0 advantage on Cincinnati. That's bottom 7. Giants and Dodgers are even at 1. They're in the 7th as well. 67 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Good morning, good morning. I am all hopped up on Mountain Dew, for real. Like, I usually, get some of these Fridays off. Definitely during the summer when it's not a football Friday and when I could do like a Sunday sauce show or a Saturday to replace it. Like this time last Friday, I was in La La Land. I was in Dreamland. To stay up, I had iced coffee, and shout out to my folks over there at Caffeina. It's like this caffeine powder that you can put in your water. Yeah, I put a little lemon in the water with this caffeine powder, and sometimes it backfires. I'll be up till literally the sun starts to come up, and I'm like, oh, no, what have I done? But I'm good for tonight. 888-808-1019. And I just got the right energy off of the sports. I got the right energy off of watching the Yankees play. And the scene in Citi Field is just amazing. I know it's bad, but it's just like, isn't baseball insane? Is like the script writers, the storyline, the winding road that we go down Juan Soto was talking about a dynasty. You know, if you go to my Twitter, @Keith_McPherson, I put a tweet out an hour ago. I said, I don't know why Boris told him to say this. Juan Soto on why he chose the Mets to try to grow a dynasty, right? Remember he said that? He chose the Mets because he felt like he had the best chance to win there. Definitely better than the Yankees. He talked about the family vibe and what they've built and the chemistry and please. Where's that at now, though? You know, where's all those things now? Those are things you need now, right? That winning mentality and the team fighting together and believing in each other and picking each other up. And you know what? None of that matters if you can't pitch. You know, I was talking last night about Juan Soto. Cool. You bought a really expensive car and you didn't fill it up with enough gas to drive through 162 games. The car's nice. But, like, you need other things, you know. Okay, you put some nice leather seats in there, but, I don't know, maybe the brakes are not right. Or I'm trying to make some type of analogy with this, like spending all your money on hitters. It's like, I don't know, it's like your diet maybe. Yeah, you spent all your money on some really expensive steak, but you didn't buy any vegetables. You don't have a balanced diet here. You can't eat steak every day. You know what I'm saying? Like the pitching, you got to spend some money on the pitching. Because if you at least had one or two aces, if you did, and then, like, it's crazy to see DeGrom come back. Like, he could still be a Met. You should have paid him, Billy Epler. And then when you think about how Steve Cohen came in spending his money, how much money he threw at Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander, it seemed like he understood the importance of pitching, or maybe Billy Epler did. David Stearns, the man from Milwaukee, comes in here penny pinching. Like, no, we don't got to do that. Clay Holmes is available. Well, we're already dealing with Scott Boras and Juan Soto. Let's see how much it's going to take to get Frankie Montas. Frankie Montas? Yeah. Literally lit money on fire with that 2-year contract. Like, you can't tell me the plan was to get this team back to the postseason. And it's funny how we're moving the goalposts for the Met fan now, right? It was World Series. It was, we're Big Brother now. It was, this is a Met town. You'll see when we get back to the World Series, you'll see how much this is a Met town. And the goalposts got moved to, oh, no, they just got to get back to the NLCS. Oh, okay. Now the goalpost is moved all the way to, please make the postseason or this is going to be the worst collapse ever. Please just make the playoffs or we're going to be a laughing stock. Please just get in and anything can happen. We can get hot. You got to believe. Nah. You go get Juan Soto. You bring Pete Alonso back. You do all these things to your ballpark. You gas your fans up. Those fans have the right to go there and boo. And I don't ever tell you to go there and boo your own team. And no, they should be booing loud. And I feel bad because Jonah Tong, he took it like, they hate me. Lawrence is in Oklahoma City. Let's change the vibe, Lawrence. We could talk about anything else. Oh, Lawrence, you disappeared on me. As soon as I went to Lawrence, he disappeared on me. That's fine. We got other calls coming in. Jack is in the building. Jack, take your time. I know you just came in. I know Paulie just dipped. Paulie, as a Met fan, quiet as kept. All he did was play the thong song and a Donald Trump drop, and he got out of Dodge. You as a Met fan, and a young Met fan at that, I'll give you the next minute or two, because I'm not a Met fan. And I know these Met fans are like, I can't stand when this guy talks about the Mets. Some not, but I know some are like, I don't want to hear you talk about the Mets. You tell us, as a Mets fan, looking at this team right now, do you believe they make the postseason? Are you disappointed in this season? Is this something that you expected? Or are you just looking at the Mets like typical Mets? Like, where are you at right now with, 15 games to go, whatever it is?
Yeah, definitely disappointed at where they are at right now. I mean, losing 7 in a row and just not being able to get on base and blowing a lead yesterday when they were up 4-0 and watching the Phillies just beat up on them was beyond frustrating.
Yeah.
It's been frustrating because the amount of talent that we have on this team and we're not playing well. Is this the biggest collapse in Mets history? It would be impossible for me to say yes to that because we've had other bad collapses as an organization.
Sure.
The list is endless. But I would say overall disappointing. Do I think they make the postseason? I am optimistic because I think we have a 9-game home stretch and we play pretty well at home. And I hope that we're playing a couple of teams that we should be able to beat, but we're also the Mets, so you never know.
There's Jack. Jack, check your email. I'm sending you some audio. We'll get back to the phones at 888-808-1019. We'll play some sounds. We'll get your thoughts. And then we'll eventually get to the football probably in the 1 o'clock hour. But let's keep it here with the Mets conversation and the Yankees conversation as well. I think the Yankee fans are just like, hey, I'm going out to party. Hey, I'm going to bed. Good enough. See you tomorrow for the next game. I think the Met fan, and I was listening to some Met fan spaces, they're tired of this. They want answers. They want change. They don't want to give up on the season, but they've lost every single game in a week. Kevin is in Elizabeth on the Fan. What's up, Kevin?
Heath, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. Hey, so yeah, the Mets suck right now, dude. I totally get it. I'm just still mind blown how Juan Soto still lives in Yankees fans' heads, dude. Like, get over it. Stop it.
I'm going to let you keep going because then I'm going to cook you. I'm about to cook your ass. Go ahead.
No, it's just, listen, man, like, I get it. You know, he's having a great year. He's having a great year. He had a great year with the Yankees last year. You know, Soto's doing what he has to do with the Mets. You know, we couldn't ask more of Soto this season as a Mets fan. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, bye, Kevin. Thanks for the call. See, that's what you want to do as a Met fan. That's what you were doing in the winter. Everybody pull up a chair. Everybody come closer. Come closer, right? That has evaporated. All that talk about cope and you're salty and, oh, get over it. Oh, we're over it now. This Yankees team, Plan B, we're going to the postseason. We're all right. We got a bunch of guys that can hit home runs. We got better defenders, even when Judge doesn't have an arm. So, like, how I talked about moving the goalposts, come up with new material. You think the Yankee fan is watching this game in Fenway last night saying, oh, I wish Juan Soto was on the team? No, we're laughing at you now. You got Juan Soto. What did that do? You got Juan Soto, and Juan Soto was just, you know, the most clutch player we've seen in so long. Now there's no clutch in him once he puts that jersey on. There's no clutch in the team. So don't do that. Don't do that. Don't try to make this, Yankee fans so obsessed with Juan Soto. We're in New York. Hello. We watch baseball. Hello. SNY is right next to the Yes Network on the cable dial. Hello. How could we not see Juan Soto? How could we not see Francisco Alvarez, Pete Alonso, Mark Vientos, Francisco Lindor? You want to make it like that. We don't need Juan Soto, don't want Juan Soto. That was in November that we thought we needed and wanted Juan Soto. You got him, but what did it turn into for you? You're barely over 500. What did it turn into for you? A struggle right now. You're one game up. He can't save you. One player that you paid $765 million, gave his family a suite, his mom a clothing allowance, security detail, whoever really knows what else they gave this man the entire world. Should have gave DeGrom something. Should have gave some pitch or something. I think that obviously caused a little bit of something too in the locker room. Why does this guy come in here and get all this? He's getting paid more than Ohtani. He can't pitch. Yeah, Juan Soto was great until he put on that Mets jersey. But, I mean, he's still going to have his 40-40 season, but it ain't going to turn into anything for you. And the last part of that, and if you guys want this type of smoke, come through, 888-808-1019, because I know you need to focus on something else. You should be focusing on your manager not being able to pick the damn team up. You should be focusing on your president of baseball operation letting the kids play and letting your season potentially die on the backs of young starting pitchers that aren't prepared for this. Paying other guys that can't perform. Like, if you want to make it about why do Yankee fans care about Juan Soto? We watch baseball. This is historic. Why do we care about Juan Soto? We're in New York. I had said I wish he went to the Boston Red Sox, who the Yankees are facing, so we didn't have to do this forever on the radio station that we share. So we didn't have this back and forth. Getting Juan Soto was supposed to be the piece to put you over, get you back to the World Series, right? And it was supposed to stop the Yankees, right? The Yankees aren't going to be the Yankees without Juan Soto. They can't get back to the World Series. It's just going to be a Soto-led World Series, and they don't. Okay. Kodai Senga looked good tonight. You guys see Kodai Senga? Kodai Senga working his way back. Help is on the way. Call the National Guard. Help is on the way. Kodai Senga down there in the minors working his way back. 888-808-1019. Lawrence actually did pop back. Let's talk to Lawrence in Oklahoma City on the Fan. What's up, man?
Yeah, my bad, man. I had picked up the phone and my cheek pressed the end button. You know, I'm always good for it.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Listen, everybody's saying start Jackson Dart, right? And it's for a lot of different reasons, but no one's brought up the reason that they have no confidence in Joe Shane's picks at assessing talent. But the Giants are looking at winning 3 games this year, and that means we're probably going to get a new coach. And I don't want to have any question if Jackson Dart is the answer at quarterback, because we're going to be picking first or second once again in another failed Giants season. So how do you feel about that?
First or second would be cool. You picked third, you picked sixth in the last couple years. And what I feel like is this is a product of not doing the things you're supposed to do because of things in the past. And what I mean is John Mara had a quick hook on these other head coaches. And this time around, he said, okay, I'm sticking with these guys. Getting rid of Saquon Barkley after the owner says he wants Saquon Barkley back and you pushing to say, no, we're not going to pay him. And then the result of that turning into a 2,000-yard season and a Super Bowl, unforgivable. I would have fired these guys. They lost 10 games in a row. I would have fired these guys. But instead, you're staying the course. So now you're stuck in the mud. It looks the same as it's looked. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to botch the development of this kid. They're going to throw him in at some point too early behind that offensive line, and he's going to get his bell rung. He's going to get his head smacked.
And even if Jackson Dart looks good, what's going to happen with him looking good? We're going to win 4 games this year. It's still going to be a situation where we end up firing the head coach.
But you know what? It's stupid, Lawrence. Because why did you pay Russell Wilson? Why did you pay Jameis Winston? We're gonna play some audio from Jameis too. You paid those guys to be the buffer, right there.
We needed a quarterback outside of Tommy DeVito to start this season. But right now it's week 2, so you don't need to start him yet. But if it's week 4 and he's still not starting, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? What are we doing here?
For the last few years, thanks for the call, Lawrence, what are the Giants doing here? They've moved on from players that have gone all pro elsewhere. Leonard Williams, Xavier McKinney, guys that have popped up and just look better and better in other uniforms and in other situations. Daniel Jones is the next one on that list. Cannot wait to see what Daniel Jones does in week 2. We'll get there. But, yeah, I don't know. If I'm John Mara, I'm looking at these guys and I'm saying, what have you done? What have you done good? That first year, okay, you won Coach of the Year and you went to the playoffs, but you inherited Dave Gettleman's drafted players. And you know what? You snuck up on teams and you stayed tight in games with Wink Martindale's defense and you ran him out the building. You guys seem to know it all. Shane and Dable. Shane has this GM book for dummies and Brian Dable's supposed to be this offensive wizard. Where is it, man? I don't see it. I see a team that 3 years in a row can't score a damn touchdown the first game of the season. The whole NFL is scoring touchdowns. Like the NFL, the kickoff is changed so that you could go score a touchdown. The penalties are in the offense's favor all the time. Like, you can't get in the end zone. So, here's where I'm at on it. Forcing Jackson Dart into duty in Dallas because Russell Wilson doesn't get it going in the first half, I think is a mistake. Quitting on Russell Wilson after 6 quarters of football is dumb as hell. What did you pay him for? What did you bring him here for on his 36 year-old season. And then Jameis Winston, we'll play Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston's a good one. He's a good guy, man. He says all the right things. He's got the right vibe. He's got the right personality for that Giants team. But what did you sign him for before you signed Russ? Play these veterans with NFL experience that can handle it. Jackson Dart could potentially handle it, but that offensive line is weak sauce. And you could damage the kid where then you literally have nothing. You need to develop him. He needs to watch more NFL film. He's watched 1 week of NFL film. And I don't care how confident he says he is. Of course he's going to say that he wants to play. And you know what? In this NFL, first-round picks play. But there's so much more riding on this. Your job is on the line. Both the GM and the head coach. We'll get to it. 888-808-1019. But we got to get back to the Met fans and the Met situation. And it ain't about just Juan Soto and the Yankees or whatever. But what it is the receipts coming up. And I told y'all the last couple of nights, if they actually fall out, I'm about to start pulling receipts. I'm going to go in the archives and go back to November, December, January, February, March, April, May, and then it stopped by June because the Mets have been pretty bad since June. Let's go to a day in the Bronx on the Fan. What you thinking about, bro?
Yo, what's good, man?
Hey, hanging in there. How are you? Good to hear you on the phone, man. Thanks for coming out to the stadium the other night. It was great to meet you.
Of course, man. That was a pleasure, man. It was the next day, Judge was doing historical things. We didn't get to see anything happen that day.
I said it. We were this close. We go to see them try to even up the series. They lose, but then they won 2 games since. So hey, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. You know what? I have to call you back because I'm still on my work shift, so my bad.
No, all good. 888-808-1019. Shout out to a day. A day is someone who popped in on the YouTube. Shout out to the YouTube chat. This is cool, right? So I see some of y'all on the YouTube, just watching the YouTube. He reached out to me. He was like, hey, man, I shoot, I vlog. Want to do some work with you. I was like, come to a game. Come to a game. We went to the game on Wednesday, the New York or Nowhere Knick Cap night. We shot a bunch of footage and this stuff. It was a terrible game. Austin Wells hit a home run as we were exiting the building and the Yankees lose, and you guys know what happened. But then the next day, president comes to the building, 9/11, the Yankees in that postseason type environment turn up, and they carry that same energy into Boston. They win today, and my hope is that they have a 3-game win streak with Max Fried on the mound, take that series, and then put pressure on Garrett Crochet and potentially go for the sweep. I don't expect the Yankees to win a division at this point. I just think the Blue Jays have it made. I think the Blue Jays have it in front of them where they're not going to fall out. A 3-game lead is enough when you get this late in the season. Now, the Mets, it is crazy to think that at the trade deadline, they were practically tied with the Philadelphia Phillies for first place in the East. And as we look at the standings today, I don't mean to laugh, but it's baseball is insane. Baseball is crazy, bro. They're 12 games back. Michael is out on Staten Island. What's up, Mike? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Gabe, what's up, brother? How is everything? I'm going to be at the Alumni Classic tomorrow night, actually, though. But I just want to say with the Mets, I mean, listen, all right, yeah, they're struggling and everything else, but let's, rewind back to 1999 and 2007, though. They choked and everything, but 99, it's like what Mike Piazza once said. It's not about the team that has the best record. It's the team that can get hot at the right time. I really feel if the Mets can somehow, some way get hot and turn it around, they got a shot. Look at last year.
Okay, so let's do the get hot. Let's talk through how they get hot. Who's your game 1 starter in the wild card round?
Oh, my God. I mean, honestly, though, that's a hard one because our starters are not really so great. I can't even really, count on any of them, but I got to go with, McLean for now. The thing is, without our starters, problem is they're rookies. They don't really have playoff
Yeah, that's
experience.
a big problem. That's a big problem that we had tonight. Like Jonah Tong was thrown into a spot tonight where he could not. He got 2 outs and there was 6 runs on the board. He's a rookie in his 3rd start. Nolan McLean has been great. He looks the part, but we don't know what his heartbeat's going to be like when it's the wild card round, when it's do or die, when it's an elimination series. He might not be the same. Like I don't know. Thanks for the call, Michael. I don't know what's going on in the background, but like, see what I'm like. You have no choice but to do that, and I understand as fans, you got to believe. As fans, keep the hope. Not all Mets fans are on that right now, though. Oh, let's go back to 99. Let's go back to 2000. Like, no, let's not. Baseball is different. These guys got pitch comm. They didn't have pitch comm back then. These guys have a pitch clock. They didn't have pitch clock back then. Like, there's so many little different things. Even the postseason, as we're talking about it with these extra wild card teams, that wasn't the case. Right? And in those years, you wouldn't be talking about the San Francisco Giants who sold at the deadline and sold a player to you. You wouldn't be talking about the Cincinnati Reds. Come on, the Cincinnati Reds? Really? What's their payroll compared to the Mets payroll? 888-808-1019. My guy, Robbie in Lenox, I know I could count on. Robbie, you heard something that made you call. What you thinking about?
Well, I heard you talk about the Giants, but I want to say a couple things about the Yankees and Mets. First of all, great win tonight, okay? It's interesting with the Yankees. You know, if they can just play situational baseball, Keith, they have the best starting pitching in the American League, and if they can just rely
Oh, you
on
just
guys
reminded
that
me.
you count.
Tarek Skubal left the game. I got to get the update on what happened with Tarek Skubal. He literally was grabbing his lat.
Wow. That's huge for Detroit. I mean, he's a tremendous pitcher.
He's
really,
arguably the best pitcher going in the postseason.
Absolutely. I mean, he gives them a chance to have 3 starts in a long series. But, you know, the thing is that you know, was impressive tonight, it was Heel. I mean, obviously he walks a few guys, but, you know, obviously you wanted him to go longer. But the thing with Cruz, Cruz I trust 90% of the time. Weaver I trust. Williams I don't. But obviously Bet I do. So that's the thing. Those 3 guys I trust. If they can just continue, like years ago, it used to be, okay, they'd bring in, 3 guys normally, you'd see, Stanton come in, before they'd see, Sweep come in, and then you'd see, Mariano come in, and that was it, those 3 guys. So
it's about lanes, and it's about these guys being comfortable in their lanes and performing in their lanes and not getting too cute. There's a question that just popped into my head. Why do they always get Weaver up to not bring him in? Why do they get Weaver warm and going to sit him back down?
That bothers me.
Yeah.
That bothers me a lot. Once you get him warmed up, you got to pitch him. That doesn't make any sense. Moving on to the Mets before I get to the Giants, the Mets are a disgrace to me, okay? I mean, I have a lot of friends that are Met fans. I have a ton of friends. My 2 oldest friends, 54 years, are both diehard Met fans. One lives in Colorado, works for John Elway. The other one lives in Florida. He listens to the fan all the time. He's too chicken to call for the last, 38 years. Anyway, so the thing is that, I mean, a payroll of $340 million, I mean, I can't believe that Cohen has not fired Stearns and not fired Mendy. It's not all Mendy's fault, let's be honest. This is Stearns' team. But Cohen, have we heard from Cohen at all?
No, he's hiding out. He's not talking about, hey, I'm at this homestand. I'm at the game. He's hiding right now. It's panic time.
It's unbelievable. So here's what the thing with the Giants. Keith, I don't care if you have Johnny Unitas behind there. I don't care if you're behind there. Nobody's going to be able to run the football and pass protect, okay, especially without AT, with this garbage line every year. And this has been going on year after year. I think about the year they took Saquon Barkley when they could have taken Quentin Nelson, okay, that year. That was the beginning of trying to build an offensive line. And since then, it's been a disaster. I don't know what to tell you. The other question I have for you is why do the Giants constantly have problems stopping the run when you have a front 4 that's as good as they do, but they can't draft a linebacker? I ask you, tell me the last time the Giants had an all-pro linebacker. How about Antonio Pierce, all right? That's 25 years ago. It's been a while, Keith, all right? Seriously, tell me the last time you saw a vicious linebacker. I mean, we're going to see Abdul Carr. He's going to be a good player, but please explain to me.
Yeah, now with Michael McFadden down, he's going to have to play some linebacker.
What's your theory?
I don't have a theory. Thanks for the call, Robbie. They're not, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm like, well, who was the last great linebacker they drafted? They've picked guys up, but I don't know. I'll say this. Let's go back. not on the linebacker stuff, to the offensive line. Quentin Nelson is a guy they should have definitely drafted. He's from my area. I'm pretty sure he went to RBC. He's like a Holmdel kid. Yeah, he went to RBC, Red Bend Catholic, Short Conference, Casey's. He's a monster. Guess who he is blocking for now? Daniel Jones. So they get Saquon, and what do they not do for Saquon? They never put an adequate offensive line in front of him. So you get some home runs that he hits, you get some nice plays, and you get some out of him, but you don't really get to see his full potential until he gets in front of the Eagles' offensive line and carries them to a Super Bowl. Brian Dable's got to scheme differently. He's got to call plays differently. Like if you watched Thursday Night Football last night, two nights ago, and you saw what the Packers did to the Commanders, and you're a Giants fan, you should be worried. You should be worried that like the Packers could be that much better than the Giants. Like there might be a far gap. Like the power rankings rank the Giants as the second to last team in the NFL, and the Packers are up there, I think, in the top 5. Like that might actually be accurate. Big test coming up this weekend. Big test coming up against the Dallas Cowboys, who you never beat. We'll get to it. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back.
The Scarlet Knights go for 3 in a row versus Norfolk State. 3:30 today.
To the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Rutgers.
The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate.
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Come out to Yankee Stadium to see the New York Yankees in action on Tuesday, September 23rd, when the Yankees host the Chicago White Sox. Don't miss a long-time Yankee Stadium tradition. Yankees Cap Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees cap, courtesy of Cannon. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and White Sox on Yankees Cap Night, Tuesday, September 23rd. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right. Just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, yes. You're now rocking with the best. Say less. KM to AM on the Fan in New York on a Friday night. I'm here. 888-808-1019. We talked about the Yankees handling business up in Beantown. Judge homering, small ball bombers, hitting singles, driving in runs, driving the Red Sox crazy, running on the base paths. Long night for former Yankee Carlos Narvaez. And the Yankees take the first game, so they will not be swept in Fenway again. And I'm looking for more. I'm looking for Max Fried on the mound to dominate them again, but this time around, not taking a 1-0 loss. Today, the Yankees take the series, and then you get greedy. Then you tell Garrett Crochet, hey, we want smoke with you, bro. We know that there's a good chance we'll see you soon. Bring it. I'm looking to sweep them straight up, because you sweep them, and that pretty much locks it in that we'll be hosting a wild card round. And you know what? I had the thought, too. We've never hosted this 3-game wild card. And we know the Yankees love their money, and we all love our money. Me too. I'm going to make money off of the Yankees if they have a wild card round, a divisional round, a championship round, World Series. If they have an extra round and we do these watch parties and these promos and all these other things, great. So get hot. Why not? I know there's a point in the season where I said maybe they got to get it out the mud. Maybe they have to evolve into a different team. They're evolving into a team where your starting shortstop is Jose Caballero. They're evolving into a team that, like, I didn't know Ben Rice was going to catch and Stanton would play the outfield. You know what I'm saying? I had no idea. They're evolving into a different version of themselves where David Bednar is the closer. Devin Williams is the setup man. So you've got two National League closers. You've got Luke Weaver, who we've got to get right. Fernando Cruz, who we've got to get right. But, I mean, this is the time to get right. The last 15, 14, 13, however many games are left the rest of the year. So all is well when you win. Winning cures all. Back-to-back wins. You know, you don't get swept by the Tigers. And like I said, Buck Martinez gave them bulletin board material. You think those guys didn't get sent that link where Buck Martinez, the announcer for the Blue Jays, literally says they're not a good team. If they don't hit home runs, they can't win. They make a lot of errors. They throw the ball around. They're not good. I don't care what their record says. You know, they probably played that for those guys in the clubhouse because I see a different version of the Yankees these last couple of games. And I hope that this version is what they can continue to be pushing towards the postseason and, let the chips fall where they may. I just think it's almost destined for, the Yankees, Red Sox to have this 3-game wild card round. And let's have it at Yankee Stadium. Let's have it in the Bronx and not have it up in Fenway. Jimmy's out on Staten Island on the Fan next. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, what's up? First-time caller, long-time listener. I just got to say, man, these Yankees, Jose Caballero's got to play shortstop in the postseason. I'm so tired of seeing Volpe out there with a hurt shoulder. Love the guy. I'm Italian. He's Italian. He can't be playing shortstop. I need Stanton in the outfield. We got to get Rice in this lineup. You know, this team has so much promise, and we're just not putting our best foot out there. I'm tired of this. And Boone, I don't know how he's still in the job. I don't get it. I just got to say, man.
Thanks for the call, Jimmy. I don't know. That seems like a call from someone that might not have watched the last 2 games or be updated on everything, so let me update you. I started the show today talking about how we heard earlier today that Volpe's not going to play this entire series. So you don't got to worry about Volpe. He's not going to play today. He's not going to play Sunday. And you know what? They're not going to force Volpe in there because they know they're dead ass wrong. They've been wrong. They know that this whole thing with Volpe this whole year has not been right, and now they're going to correct it. I say, the people say, oh, the Yankees are always the last to know. They're not the last to know. They're the last to admit. This is them admitting, okay, he's had a bad year. He's also hurt. We're not going to force him out there to lead the American League in errors. We're not going to force him out there to be an automatic out in the lineup. Caballero's not an automatic out at all. Caballero's going to hit the ball. Caballero's going to get on base, and he's stealing everything. He's taking what he wants. And I could deal with a throwing error here and there, whatever, because, that's what we were dealing with Volpe. He was skipping the ball. Caballero is the better option, and at least we have him. Tip your cap to Brian Cashman. Not too much to, not giving too much kudos or props to Cashman, but tip your cap to him because we have a backup option. We have Caballero, and he's going to play. Now you said keep Stanton in the outfield. No. Did you miss a week ago, last Friday, Judge got back into the outfield? Now, yes, today he was DHing. It depends where we're playing at. Stanton, loves Stanton. He's going to do what he's got to do for the team. He'll go out there tonight in front of the Green Monster. Cool. But, there's a little bit of a, Judge play a little bit, Stanton play a little bit, and what we hope is that Judge will get to some point. And, Boone pretty much told us Judge is not going to be able to throw 100% all year. So it is what it is. We just got to hope ball doesn't find him. I don't know. Ben Rice? Ben Rice plays every day. Ben Rice plays 2 positions, 3. That's what I'm like, I don't know. You might have to hit refresh on your information, and that's okay. There were years when I was younger that I didn't see every Yankee game. I didn't, when it wasn't my job. Like, you kind of helicopter in every other series, or you might miss a couple games and you're not up on everything. Ben Rice plays every day, whether he is, starting the year at DH, which now he doesn't get much DH time. So that takes one of his 3 positions out. His other 2 positions are first base and catcher. And if you paid attention to the game tonight, late, because Ben Rice has been struggling a bit over there, whether it's, scooping the ball or whether it's catching a ball that bounces, man, they put Paul Goldschmidt in as a defensive replacement, and him and Ryan McMahon combined to make a great play to end the inning and get Devin Williams out of there. So they have it, man. They have the pieces. They're doing what they got to do. And Aaron Boone, you don't know why he still has the job? Because they gave him the job. He has won games. He did get to the World Series last year and end that drought, and they're hoping that he can get back to the World Series this year and win it. He just signed a contract extension. As much as we can talk around what Aaron Boone isn't or is, and this era of the Yankees, he's their manager. He's not going anywhere. Bill is in New Jersey on the Fan next. Talk to us, Bill.
Yes, hi, Keith. Great to talk to you. First time I'm speaking with you. Yep, the Yankees showed some fortitude tonight, right? Nice win.
Yes, sir.
And, yes, sir. Yep, and also your comment on the Giants. I do agree. Yeah, they shouldn't start right away. Jackson Dart, right? You want to.
It's a long season. Yeah, it's a long season, and some people are pairing it with Andrew Thomas. Andrew Thomas is doubtful for Sunday, so at least wait till your best offensive lineman can go, and then think about it. But I wouldn't even think about it. Like, look at their schedule. They have a gauntlet. I'm not. They have a gauntlet coming up.
Yeah, right. Dallas this week. Yes.
No, I'm talking about when they end up having to face Philly.
Oh yeah.
Go out to Denver, face Philly. That I wouldn't do it. There's no rush here. You want this kid to be protected. You want him to be right. You want him to continue learning the offense. Brian Dable's offense is complex. Let him keep watching Russ, watching game film. And I've been saying this. They should go to Jameis before they go to Jackson Dart.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought too when they signed him. If they weren't going to sign Tommy DeVito, Tommy didn't know the system, but
they're getting cute. They're playing games. They're playing games with the New York fans and the New York media. Oh yeah, he had a good preseason. We believe in him. Why did you sign 2 veteran quarterbacks?
Yes.
They should be 1 and 2.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Right?
If I'm John Mara, I'm like, you're wasting my time and my money. I'm getting pissed off here.
Yep. Yeah, well, hopefully, we'll probably see. Yeah, that's nice. If they're going to make any change, I'd rather see Jameson in there, right? First.
I would sacrifice Jameis Winston before I sacrifice Jackson Dart. Thanks for the call, Bill. They're not going to win. 888-808-1019. Like, okay. If you put Jackson Dart in there and you're losing and he's getting killed, there's going to come a point where he gets hurt, he gets knocked out, and it's going to be like, what did you do that for? I watched him in the preseason, and people make way too much of the damn preseason, bro. They're playing against guys that are cut now. They're running basic vanilla defenses. I'm not taking away, because I said it myself, that kid put on a hell of a performance. And what you take from the preseason is, if it was the opposite, where he was fumbling the ball, throwing interceptions, looked overmatched, you'd be worried. But this ain't that. They scored touchdowns in the preseason. What'd they do in week 1 against the Commanders, who I don't know about the Commanders. I don't know if the Commanders are going to be, the NFC. I don't know if they're going to be what everybody says they are. So I would pump my brakes on the Jackson Dart stuff. Let this kid learn. Let this kid develop. I think it's something like 70% of first-round quarterbacks fail. He's in that group. He was drafted in the first round. They traded into the first round to make sure they would get him. He's got talent. He's got moxie. He's got style. He's got all of that. But this Giants offensive line is not safe. It's not safe. Leave Russell Wilson in there, who at least, it's the play calling too. Kafka and Dable have to scheme better. They have to scheme better. And maybe they will this weekend against the Dallas Cowboys. 888-808-1019. I did want to play a cut from Jameis Winston. Jameis, who just says all the right things. Jameis, who I think is just like a guy that has learned so much in his time in the NFL, and he just understands, right? This guy was a number 1 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, national champion. This guy basically, he went 30 for 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions, right? And they kicked him to the curb, and he had to watch Tom Brady come take his team to the Super Bowl and win it. And then he bounced around from, New Orleans to Cleveland, and now he's in the Big Apple, and he looks like he's having fun, and he understands, hey, I have a job to do. Let's hear from Jameis Winston today, as they met the media, and we're all talking about now, like, okay, he's QB3 on the depth chart, but, like, maybe he should be QB2. Let's hear what Jameis had to say when he was asked about being third string on the roster.
As a competitor, you want to be the starter. But like I said, I prepare to be the starter. I know I'm a starter in this league. But my role, I think you have to be able to be grateful for your role. My role right now is to assist Russ and Jackson in being the best that they can be while preparing to be the best that I can be. So no matter if I'm 33 or whatever, like this is my first year being number 19. So it's always a first for everything. So I focus on what I would love. And what I would love is for this team to have success.
He wants the team to be successful. He wants the team to win. He's playing his part. He's doing his role. He's probably taking his reps in practice. He's probably helping in the film room. Even on Sunday, you saw he's encouraging people. He's positive. He's talking to people. He's not making it about himself. He said, I know I'm a starter in this league. You know why? Because he won games with the Browns last year. It was just last season. But they're not asking him to start games yet. I think you will see Jameis start some games for the Giants at some point. That's why I say it's a long-ass season. It's a long road. Why are we trying to put this rookie in at halftime of week 2? 888-808-1019. Ray is out in Brooklyn on the fan with us next. What's up, Ray?
Yo, Yankees familia, what it is, bro? How you, man?
I'm blessed and highly favored. I'm here on a Friday night having a good time. The Yankees won back-to-back games. The Mets, no, only the Mets can out-Mets the Mets.
Yo, Keith, ya tu sabe, you already know. And that's why I'm calling up, bro, because I took a little bit of umbrage with that jerk that called you and said that you somehow, are still coping. He implied that was the implication
about
that
he whose name shall not be spoken. I host a radio show every night on the fan, and since I'm a Yankee fan, he whose name shall not be spoken. How dare I speak of Juan Soto?
Yeah, but Keith, these guys can't even handle when they're doing well. So imagine in the face of adversity right now, of such an embarrassing type. I'm gonna say this. With the Centurion, as they call him, right? Centurions don't hit 230 for the majority of the year anyway. He's hot right now. He's hitting 260. Ooh, okay. So, and here's the other thing, right? If this guy's so great, why in his only full year with San Diego did they fail to make the playoffs with a stacked roster? They made it the year prior to his arrival. They made it the year after he left. They're going to make it this season. And now the Mets, who were in the championship series last year, Keith, may not even sniff the
because
playoffs
you know what?
this season.
Because Soto's taking that bag to make sure he gets to 30 bags. He's focused on me. He's focused on himself. Soto does what he's got to do. Soto's having a great year. He's got an on-base streak. Soto's got his money, man. He ain't worried about all that other stuff. And if they don't make the postseason in this year 26 of Juan Soto, that is a mistake. That is a miss, right? Because he's in his prime. And I don't know how long he's going to be able to play right field. I don't know how long he's going to be able to, run around out there before he's got to be a DH. And you don't pay somebody all that money to not get their postseason prowess. We know what he does in October. They better get there so we can see it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Besides that bum, right, who is now may miss the playoffs more than he's making the playoffs in the last few years. They also, that pitching lab that was so vaunted and they kept throwing in our face with the Plan B and, the Yankees are a Plan B team and they have a pitching lab. It's looking more like a meth lab, right? Because it looks like all those dudes on crack right now, Keith, because they like Helsley, you got Peterson, your Senga, everybody I mentioned the other day, all these guys are hot box,
Clay Holmes.
Hot trash. Clay Holmes. Yo, listen, like little homies out there, second-class citizen, third-class citizens, because y'all fighting for a third wild card spot despite having the the biggest payroll there.
Word. It's
Don't be calling
three
up-
teams
Yeah.
fighting for the third wild card. What are we talking about? They are a $340 million team.
Keith, you know, once I heard that, I had to call up because I'm always listening anyway, so I'm supporting you that way. But whenever I hear these clowns trying to clown somebody, you know, acting like they could clown us or what, I got to get in on that, man. Yeah.
Appreciate you, right? Yeah, so if you missed the call, you know, before the last break, there was a Met fan that called. Well, Kevin on Staten Island, maybe, something like that. And he's like, oh, you Yankee fans still haven't gotten over Juan Soto. That's the card you're playing today? After you lost 7 in a row? That's what type of time you're on? That's why I said, I'm going to let you go. I let him go. I thought he would have more. I'm like, it's too easy to smoke you on that one. The Yankees don't care about Juan Soto at this point in time. Like, the Yankees have bigger fish to fry. The Yankees are in the postseason. The Yankees are not sweating whether they are going to be in the postseason or not. It has nothing to do with Juan Soto. But this is New York, baby. This is New York. Jet fans are going to talk about Russell Wilson and Jackson Dart. Giants fans can talk about Justin Fields and Sauce Gardner. This is what we do. We talk sports here. This is a place where people are the most knowledgeable about sports. This is a place where there are the most teams. And just because you root for one team doesn't mean you ignore the other. You can't. Like I talked about the channels. I made the point about SNY and Yes Network being right next to each other on the cable dial. As Yankee fans, we couldn't not watch Juan Soto's at-bats if we tried. You're going to see them. We can't not watch Juan Soto's, post-game press conference. Like, it isn't that we're obsessing about Juan Soto. If anything, we are now getting ready to load the clip. I know I am. Okay, I'm reloaded. You know why? Because I have receipts and bookmarks and screenshots. I take notes. I take thorough notes. Like, I went into my notes in the handy-dandy notes app, and all I typed in was Dynasty in my notes today. And when I searched Dynasty, I could scroll all the way back to December 12th. And I click on a tweet, and it's Juan Soto talking about why he signed with the Mets to grow a dynasty. Oh, man. John is out on Howard Beach. What up, man? You're on the fan. Oh, it's nice out there on the beach. We got to go to the break anyway, so it works out. It's already 1 o'clock. I told you this show was going to fly by. Shout out to everybody rocking in the YouTube chat. Son of Sammy Davis with the super chat, donating money. Now, when I was doing these live streams on my own channel, that money was coming directly to me. That was being deposited into my bank account. But I also don't mind you guys making donations on the WFAN YouTube, because then it does go to WFAN, and when they look at that, like, hey, we got to pay the bills too. So let's pay the bills by playing these commercials. Maybe they'll give you a sunshine, give you a dew. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
We don't expect much from this team, and blah, blah, blah. We'll have this moral victory debate over the New York Jets. And you know what? I'd rather be having that debate than the debate we're going to be having over the New York Giants.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 26th when the Yankees host the division rival Orioles for a great promotional giveaway. It's Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night, presented by Star Insurance. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees Jersey hoodie. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Don't miss Yankees Jersey Hoodie Night when the Yankees face the Baltimore Orioles on Friday, September 26th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Make it 7 straight losses for the Mets, turned aside by the Rangers 8-3. Jonah Tong had nothing. Rookie lit up for 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning, and he was distraught afterwards.
I mean, I didn't give the start I for sure wanted, and definitely hurts just knowing that they put some more stress on the bullpen.
Jacob deGrom given plenty of breathing room. 7 innings, a 3-run ball, notched the win in his return. While the Mets swoon continues. Now a half game up on the Giants for the wild card after a walk-off grand slam in the 10th by Patrick Bailey to beat the Dodgers, and 1.5 up on the Reds.
I mean, they're frustrating, obviously. I'm not going to lie, but I'm going to keep saying it. We got to get out of it. We got to come back tomorrow and find a way to get the job done and win one game here.
Meanwhile, Yankees took out the Red Sox 4-1. Aaron Judge is 47th of the year, passing Joe DiMaggio for 4th on the Yankees' all-time list, while Luis Gil fired 6 scoreless innings of no-hit baseball.
I thought Louis did a good job of really getting his best job of getting into an early rhythm, where I thought he was, filling up the strike zone. The stuff was good, but Aaron hitting one of those, one of Aaron blows was definitely got the boys going.
Blue Jays won, so the Yankees remain 3 back, but now a game and a half up on the Red Sox for the wild card. 66 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
New York! Inside the 1 o'clock hour on the Fan. Another KM to AM. Friday night into Saturday, and we're talking about our New York baseball teams, New York football teams, talking about the leagues, the sports itself. And, if you're watching on YouTube, as I see 133 of you watching, let's get that up to 150. If you're home and you're listening on the Odyssey app and you want to interact with some people in the chat, go for it. They were seeing me during the break. I was speaking kind of animated to Marco Belletti. And that's because Marco relayed the news that the Dodgers-Giants game ended, and it ended in a walk-off, a grand slam walk-off at that. 888-808-1019. You picking up what I'm putting down? It was 1-1 tied in the 10th. And the San Francisco Giants win it 5-1. So let's go and refresh our handy-dandy standings and click on wild card to see that, okay, now after the Mets L7 lose 7 in a row, the San Francisco Giants are a half game back. And I know they have the tiebreaker over the Giants, but with some 14 games to go, that is not a safe spot. Cincinnati Reds are a game and a half back. They don't have the tiebreaker over them. But again, we arrive at a $340 million team in a 3-way race for the 3rd wild card spot, with a team that sold off and literally sold Rodgers to them for Blade Tidwell, Jose Buto, and Drew Gilbert. And then the Cincinnati Reds, who are like, come on. It's not even close when we're talking about the money spent on the team. Juan Soto makes more than their starting 9. 888-808-1019. But these Met fans don't want to talk to me about it, and I understand. There's no Rico Garcia podcast tonight. If you wait for an hour, you can listen to Hoff. Let's get back to the Yankee fans on the Fan, whatever you Yankee fans are thinking. And I'm going to force the football conversation this hour. Stay tuned for the big shot of the night and tell me something cool. Robert is in Parsippany. Hello, Robert.
Hey, Keith. How are you?
Great.
So, I was calling to talk about the Yanks and Aaron Boone because I just can't take them anymore. I'm that older gentleman that always sits out in the bleachers wearing number 9 for Nettles.
Okay.
Talked to you a couple times before that.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't get it. First part is I root for the Giants now. I could care less what the Jets do. Any Giant fans that want to see Jackson Dart on the field with that offensive line, they just want to just blow up a number one pick. I'm a Ranger fan. I could care less what the Devils and Islanders do unless they're playing the Rangers.
But you're aware of it, right?
Of course, you're aware. Of it, but I could care less. I care less. I care less until they actually play my team. So that's that part. And then with the Yanks, last night I go on a rant. I think it was the second inning. My son is. We're watching the game together like we always do. He wanted to go, and I was like, I can't go anymore. I just can't go. I can't watch the circus. 2 Friday nights in a row, sitting out in the bleachers, watching against Boston and against Toronto, and just watching that circus is crazy, right?
I was there for Boston. I skipped on Friday, and then they win Saturday and Sunday. I know you. I mean, I know exactly who you are now that you mentioned your jersey. That was a quick way to identify yourself, and it's rough sitting there and. They swing for the fences and they can't manufacture runs, and then the bullpen implodes, and it doesn't feel right.
It's a circus. And then they come out last night, and Cam's calling his own game. And at that point, I lost it. I was like, why is Boone letting this rookie, again, a rookie, call his own game? And then I go on a rant, and next thing you know, the Yanks blow him out.
Yeah, I didn't mind that. I didn't mind that because, against the Blue Jays that Friday night that you were out there, he was tipping his pitches. And so when he had success and he struck out the side in the first inning, it was an immediate change against the Tigers. And I think that helps him calling his own game and not tipping his pitches. And we got the result that we were looking for.
Yeah, I just can't. This has been the biggest up and down. I'm 55 years old. This is the biggest up and down baseball year I have ever seen. There's no team that's just clear cut running away with it. Every team's going into slumps. This is the most wide open Major League Baseball has been to me in a very long time for anybody to claim the World Series.
Thanks for the call, Robert. I think that's a good thing. No? I think that means if the Yankees get into the tournament with 4 starting pitchers that we believe in Max Fried, Carlos Rodon, Luis Gil, and Cam Schlittler, a bullpen that's got 4 closers. Well, I can't put Camilo Doval in that group. But Bednar, Devin Williams, and Weaver have all gotten saves this year and last year. A guy like Fernando Cruz can be lethal. Tim Hill going up against the right part of the lineup can be lethal. They got to get Doval right or get him the hell out of here. I just think, if it is that wide open where we don't know who is who and what is what, the Mariners struggled, but now the Mariners are on a 7-game win streak. The Astros aren't playing so great anymore. Who knows who's going to right the ship in October, right? The Phillies were swept just 2 weeks ago by the Mets, and now they just swept the Mets in 4 games. They won again tonight. I think that this is going to make for an explosive October where it's wide open for anyone. Maybe it's the Cubs who have won 3 in a row. Yeah, I don't mind that. And with the Yankees, I've accepted who they are. They're analytically driven. They're going to piss on your head and tell you it's raining, but they have enough talent to get back to the World Series in the American League. If Tarek Skubal is out, and that's something I wanted to update you guys on, Tarek Skubal left the game due to an injury to his left side. He said he felt tightness in his left side during the 4th inning. He's going to get an MRI, and they don't know what happened. But, I know I was watching it live, and I was like, that's not good. Okay, so the Detroit Tigers, who are the first-place team in the American League Central, they shift to Casey Mize and Jack Flaherty. I don't know. That's a big blow to them if Tarek Skubal's not right. And I'm not wishing that on him, but the Yankees arguably have the best starting pitching. You saw Giolito get rocked by Judge tonight and give up runs. We'll see what Bayo has. Okay, Garrett Crochet, but we can match the Boston Red Sox. The Astros are failing. The Astros, Framber Valdez, not looking so hot now. You know what I'm saying? Christian Javier, not looking the same and almighty as they once were. And we're right here. We're weeks away. I think did the Astros lose tonight? I think the Astros lost tonight. And let me go to box scores now. Or no, they didn't lose tonight. I think I did see them give it up. But maybe they didn't lose the game. I think I saw their starting pitcher give up a homer. But I don't know. I got too many tabs open. I'm trying to figure it out. But what I'm saying is they won tonight 11-3 against the Braves. But they don't scare me. You just saw the Yankees go to Houston, and they should have swept them if it wasn't for Brian Walsh, stupid umpire, swinging the game. I don't know. I think the Yankees have a shot, man. I think the Yankees have a shot to get back to the World Series. I'm not saying I believe in them because I got off the roller coaster because, stupid is as stupid does, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But if they stop acting so stupid, which I think they are, right? Not forcing Anthony Volpe to play with a torn labrum, not forcing Devin Williams into, so many high leverage situations. Was it high leverage tonight? I guess, but there was a lead. Could you overcome it? Yeah. I don't know. I think they're evolving. They have evolved, and this is not their final form. They are showing you that they can run. They're showing you that they can put the ball into play, that they're not just the home run, feast or famine. And I think, like I said, I give credit to Buck Martinez for, firing them up in that regard. With his rant that went viral about what the Yankees are and what they aren't. And I see a difference in their approach immediately. 888-808-1019. Let's go to John Michael in Keyport on the Fan next.
Hey, what's up, Keith?
What's up?
John Michael from Keyport. Keith, how's everything been?
Everything's good, man. I'm here on a Friday night talking to everybody, just kind of passing the time.
All right, Keith. What are you up to?
I'm hosting the show. I'm taking calls. I'm talking about the Yankees, the Mets, the Giants. We'll get to the Jets, too, before I get out of here. Got to tell me something cool coming up. Big shot of the night. What are you up to, John?
There you go, Keith. I'm in bed, Keith.
Thanks for the call, John. 888-808-1019. Bob is in Bayside on the Fan next. Go for it, Bob.
That makes me laugh. That's why I called, to tell you he's in bed. Before I get to my Soto point, I have a message for this guy, Robert. They interviewed Schlittler after one of his wins. I think it was two wins ago. And he said, Ben Rice should always catch me. He caught me in the minor leagues. Me and Ben are on the same page all the time. And Rice should always catch Schlittler.
Yeah.
Right, let me move on to Soto. That guy who said the Yankee fans should be sorry they lost Soto, they took the money that they were going to give Soto, and they got Bellinger, Goldschmidt, and Fried. And
Devin
all
Williams.
three have contributed to the Yankees' success this year.
Yeah, I know Devin Williams has been a detriment at times, but I don't know if they get him either. I don't know if they.
By the way, the minute everybody told Devin Williams that what do they call that? The airbender. He had the best changeup in the history of the. Once he started throwing his heater, that's when he turned it around.
Right, because that's what sets up the
right
airbender.
Or wrong? Am I right or wrong?
Of course, he has to be able to throw his fastball for strikes in the zone so that they don't know which one is which. The fastball looks like the changeup.
And the minute he started throwing his heater, they weren't getting around on it. That's when he turned his whole season around. Let me say one thing about Soto. Soto should be sorry he left the Bronx, and here's why. He was hitting in front of Aaron Judge. No pitcher wants to put men on base in front of Aaron Judge. So he was getting good pitches to hit. Number two, the short right porch in right field, the short porch in right field. Number three, if he ever made it as a Yankee, he'd get a plaque next to Joe D and Mickey and the Babe. And what is he going to get with the Mets? Coming back 30 years from now with gray hair and 30 pounds overweight for an old-timers game? That's what he's going to get with the Mets.
Thanks for the call. Great segue into, hey, Mets fans, go out to Citi Field today. Make sure you're in their seats by 2 o'clock for the 2025 alumni game. Come back and see all your favorite Met old-timers in Citi Field as the Mets try not to lose their 8th game in a row. They're a joke. They're a laughingstock right now. I wasn't watching the Rangers broadcast on MLB.TV, but clearly other people were. And once that 6th spot got put up there, and Jonathan gets taken out and Brazoban comes in, there was a play where clearly Brazoban, who just came off the IL, was not ready to field his position or cover first. And here's what the Tigers or the Texas Rangers broadcast had to say, calling the game, watching the game.
Keeping up on the app or something. This one is flared on a hop right side, and Brazoban doesn't get to first. They throw it anyway, and that one goes second base. You talk about compounding an error with another one. The Mets are Metsing.
The Mets are Metsing. Really, that was Pete Alonso's fault. If you go back and watch the play, Pete Alonso fields it. He pumps like he's going to throw. He realizes Brazoban is not on the bag. Brazoban realizes that he's not going to throw, and then Pete tries to throw it, and it's like, only the Mets can out-Mets the Mets. Reggie's in White Plains on the Fan in New York. Talk to us, Reggie.
Keith, man, how is this Mets team still in a playoff spot? I don't understand. I know you're not going to troll as hard as I am, but despite them having 9 lives this season, tonight I was finally able to hammer my Mets friends because they no longer control their destiny. They're tied with the Reds in the loss column, and they don't have the tiebreaker. So after losing Soto and Cole, it feels good to watch the squirm, man. I love it.
Thanks for the call, Reggie. I am going to go on an epic read of receipts when it is finite, when it is done. Maybe it doesn't happen, right? We were all wondering what would happen if the Mets didn't make the postseason. Maybe we never know. 888-808-1019. But like I'm telling you, because I'm such an internet head, and like I said, I take hella notes on all this stuff. I've got receipts. You know, Scott Boras is asked if the Yankees were the runner-up in Juan Soto's free agency. Scott Boras says, when you're at the wedding, you don't talk about the bridesmaids. Like, I'm just looking at some of the stuff that I've got. Like, remember that whole press conference, that whole shebang? Juan Soto was asked today if him signing with the Mets over the Yankees makes New York a Mets town now. In quotes, it's been a Mets town for a long time. I think we just got to bring it to the top. Championships are going to tell you if it's a Yankees or a Mets town at the end of the day. Oh, really? Can't win the championship if you don't get into the tournament. I'm telling you, I'm going back. I'm going to go back in time. I'm going to go back to December, and I'm just going to go through all of my notes about all the things that were said about Big Brother, all the things that were said about how the Yankees aren't the Yankees anymore, all the things that were said about how, there's a better future in Queens and building a dynasty, and how Steve Cohen and what they're doing over there is just far ahead of the New York. I'm telling you, I'm going to unload the clip, boy. They're going to be big mad. They're going to be big mad when that happens. So don't let it happen. Do not let it happen. Make it happen, Mets. Make it happen. Make the postseason, and you won't get that, because that's gonna be a long ass day. Because especially these Met fans on the Fan that like to move goalposts, they like to sugarcoat things. They like to tell you, calm down, don't worry, stay positive. Yeah, all right. Mike is in Manhattan on the Fan next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Keith, I want to tell you when this all fell apart for the Mets, and it's all because of Alonso, which is another reason I don't want him back. I'd rather have Kyle Schwarber. That June 12th game, when they went over 21 games over 5, that was the game when Sang was pitching great, and Alonso made that terrible
Oh, yeah, and he pulled his hammy. Yep.
And Sang goes, my hamstring, that's bull.
Alonso has like 3 of those. For some reason, he cannot throw to first base, and that's a key thing. Like when the ball gets hit to you, you got to be able to get that ball to the pitcher without making them do too much.
I said that when that play happened, I said, that's it. This season, this is going to be such bad vibes for him. And another thing, Keith, if the Mets do make it by 1 game, the team we have to thank for is Milwaukee, because the game that people forget about, there was that Friday night game where Milwaukee was losing 8-0 against Cincinnati, and they came back and won. So if they do make it and beat out the Reds, the Mets have to thank Milwaukee.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that shakes out, Mike. Thanks for the call, 888-808-1019. You know, speaking of shaking, I remember the day after, June 13th, the Mets had on the big screen some dudes shaking their butts on Pride Night. And go to ChatGPT, Go to Google and type in Mets record since June 13th. June 12th, Kodai Senga goes down. June 13th, they did a little too much. Something happened with the baseball gods. The baseball gods frowned upon them and said, nah, bruh. Juan Soto can't save you now. Don't you love baseball? It's fun. When we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night. We'll take more of your calls, and I will get out of the way so Pete Hoffman can come in here and commiserate with the Met fan. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back.
After a tough Week 1 loss to the Commanders, Big Blue is hungry, desperate, and ready to respond.
So we got to pick up, move on.
The offense is determined to strike back, and the defense is prepared to hold the line.
We bleed together, we ride together.
This week, the stage is bigger. The stakes are higher. Giants, Cowboys, one of the NFL's greatest rivalries. And this time, it's all about redemption.
We got to get ready to play Dallas and beat them.
Kickoff is 1 p.m. tomorrow. The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman invites you to the free summer concert series at Eisenhower Park. Friday, September 19th, music icon Bret Michaels brings his Party Gras tour to Eisenhower Park. Bret Michaels with special guest Don Felder, former lead guitarist of the Eagles. Showtime 7 p.m. Bring a blanket or lawn chair. Free admission and parking Friday, September 19th at Eisenhower Park.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights in the big city. You know we got a bunch of big shots. And tonight's big shot of the night is Jacob deGrom. Just kidding. I'm not going to do that. It's not Jacob deGrom. We're going to split it, though. Let's go with Luis, King of the Heel, and all rise for the Honorable Aaron Judge. Luis Heel, he had it going. These are back-to-back starts against postseason teams that we've been able to win with him on the mound. He threw 90-some pitches, more than half of them for strikes. He wiggled out of some jams. He had the no-no going. 4 strikeouts. He's really coming into his form, regaining his Rookie of the Year form. And then Judge just cracks the game open in the first inning, coming off of the Trump bump, stays hot, passes Joe DiMaggio all-time, puts his 47th homer on the board, and now you're starting to say, MVP, I smell it. MVP, Cal Raleigh who? Judge is about to go get his next MVP trophy. Don't stop there. I love what they did tonight because who's your daddy? Pedro Martinez was there. He threw out the first pitch, and they got smacked not long after that. And now we've got Max Fried on the mound trying to take the series in Fenway, and I just think it sets a tone and a precedent for what's to come. Let's get these calls in. Coming up next, John Sterling with a Tell Me Something Cool. Well, you know, it's not really John, but John will cue me up, and I'll tell you something cool. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey. Hey, Los, tell us something cool.
I know what you do.
You know what I do?
Hey, yeah, that caller, he didn't know what you did. That guy had me laughing. Oh, my God.
Oh.
The one that the guy called you, he thought you guys were going to hang out at the club or something.
Yeah, what are you up to, man? That's like that's like back in the day before we had social media, before we had text, where you would call somebody and you would legit be like, "What are you doing right now? What's good?" Like,
I almost went in a ditch. Like I said, you take me home every night from work, so I appreciate you. This is lovely. But what I wanted to call was like tonight. I remember a couple of nights ago, I was already off to the Knicks because I was so over the Yankees with the way.
Shout out to the Knicks, quietly bolstering that bench.
Oh, so what I wanted to tell you was tonight for me, watching the game at work, but I shouldn't be watching. I hope my boss is not listening. But anyway, watching the game, I saw the most complete game that I saw from this team in a while. I saw athleticism. I saw us do to Boston what they did to us early in the season.
Yep.
Steal bases, bunch for base hits.
Yeah.
Excellent defense, a home run here and there. I mean, if we could play this way, I don't care about the 10 home run games. This is Yankee baseball right here. Solid pitching all throughout the game. You take the bases when you need to. The only thing, Chisholm, got to chill out with the little overthrows.
Yeah.
But this is the most complete I've seen them play in a while.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a clean game.
And it was beautiful. You
Across
saw
the
people
board.
with their jackets out of Boston. Yeah, this is playoff baseball. Yeah, and
Couple throwing errors,
Yeah, that's
but
all
like-
I wanted to comment.
Yes, thanks for the call, Carlos. Appreciate you rocking with me as you drive home. And that's what I came in saying when I opened, and you might not have been listening then. I was like, what I enjoyed about this Yankee game was, like, against the Boston Red Sox, they did what they have done to us. They stole bases on them. They put pressure on them. They let Boston make the mistakes, right? Early in the game, they set the tone with the Judge home run. They take the lead. They got nothing. They were getting no hit for a little while. The bullpen didn't implode. Like, a lot went how you draw it up. 2 throwing errors from Caballero and Jazz. It is what it is. But I'll take that because of the threat that they possess on the base path, stealing bases, getting in the head of the starting pitcher, getting in the head of the bullpen guys, getting in the head of the catcher. That is a weapon. That is something that the Yankees have to take advantage of in the postseason. So Jazz with 2 stolen bases, Caballero with a stolen base, 46 stolen bases to lead Major League Baseball. Good. Singles, bunch of singles. Bunch of guys just putting the ball into play. Singles to score runs. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. 888-808-1019. Ray is in Edison on the Fan next. What's up, Ray?
Hey, Ray, I'm in Piscataway, New Jersey.
Okay, it said Edison. Edison is not exactly where.
It's Piscataway, but it's right next to Edison.
Yeah, I was about to say they're close enough.
Yeah. So, I mean, Soto left, and we're all upset about that, right? But you got to let go of that. And I grew up, watching the Mets with my grandmother, and I'm a Yankee fan, but, I respect the Mets. I'm sorry they're going through what they're going through, but this is baseball, and you just got to fight through it. Yankees went through it earlier this season. I think they lost 6 in a row.
They had 2 6-game losing streaks, yeah.
The Yanks? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I mean, what I see in this Yankee team is a team that has a lot of talent, but shaky pitching, man. Just bottom line, shaky pitching.
Yeah, the bullpen.
And we just got to, if the bullpen's been a lot, really shaky, and if we can pitch, a little bit better, I think, things will be okay. I think we can catch Toronto. We don't play them anymore, I don't think, but I think with 15 or so games left, we should be able to pick up 3 games on them.
Yeah, mathematically, thanks for the call, Ray. It isn't out of the equation, but I'm not setting my hopes on, like, the Yankees winning out with their obvious soft schedule with the White Sox and Orioles coming up, and then the Blue Jays having Tampa and Boston coming up. I just think that the Blue Jays are going to handle business, and I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about is putting away the Boston Red Sox, sending a message to the Boston Red Sox that, yo, you dominating us early in the year, that's done. We've evolved to this team that we are now, and we're going to take 2 out of 3, maybe sweep you in Boston, and we're not coming back here. In the wild card round, you got to come to the Bronx, and you do not want that smoke on 161st and River. Nicole is in Queens on the Fan. What's up, Nicole?
Hey, Keith. You're awesome. I have a question about Anthony Volpe. Considering we now know he was injured, do you think we can judge his poor play? And then the second part is, do you think we're going to deal him to another team and he's going to kind of go off and be great, as we've seen with a lot of other ex-Yankees?
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think they're going to deal him. I think he's someone that they are attached to. I think he's arbitration eligible next year, so we'll see how that goes. And honestly, with this season, it isn't going to go in his favor. And then as far as like judging his performance, there are stats out there to show his performance declined after May 3rd, but his performance was never up. It was always on the decline. Like, it was never great. It was never good. I think it's an excuse now. I think it's a way for the Yankees to say it's damage control. It's a way for the Yankees to say he is an automatic out. His fundamentals are shot. He is leading the league in errors. We cannot run him out there in October. These fans will throw things on the field if we get to that point. Let's get out now. We traded for Caballero. How do we get out now without just saying, he sucks, we're benching him, we're going to Caballero? We are going to reveal that he's been getting cortisone shots and that he had a partially torn labrum. So then that's the injury play. We're not going to put him on the IL, but we're going to say he's recovering. And we're going to put Caballero out there so much. And then if we get to a good spot where next week against the White Sox or the Orioles, we want to throw him in there for a game or two, we can do that. But Caballero is going to be the starting shortstop. And if they try to play Volpe and he has one mistake or one bad at bat, it is going to be so loud in Yankee Stadium. They got to protect him from that. It is what it is. We've seen enough. It's a large sample size. That ship has sailed. The injury, to me, I don't know what to believe. I just think it's crazy that we all saw that game against Tampa. They stopped the game for 15, 20 minutes. He said he heard a pop. He was clearly hurt. They let him finish the game. They kept him active. And it's like, what was that for? What did that accomplish? Nothing. It wasn't like it was Judge. It wasn't like it was Belly. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like it was Ben Rice or somebody that you really needed. But what it was that they had improper planning. They didn't plan right. They didn't have a backup option. They had to stick with Volpe. Thanks for the call, Nicole. We got to take a break. This is my last break of the night. When we come back, we'll do Tell Me Something Cool with my old pal, John Sterling. I'll tell you something cool, and then I'll tell you what I think about the Giants. So Giants calls, I see you guys disappearing. Junior, stay there. You'll be the first Giants call coming up. I'll tell you what I think about the Giants going to Jerry World. I'll also tell you what I think about the Buffalo Bills coming here to Jet Life Stadium. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Remember, for years, we were evaluating him on a quarterback that they could sit there and say, well, this wasn't our guy. He was forced on us. Well, that guy went out and had a spectacular week one elsewhere.
Look good.
And your guy that you brought in was awful. So is it Daniel Jones or is it Brian Dable?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Well, now it's time for Fanalist Keith McPherson. Hey, Keith, tell me something cool.
Hey, John. Always good to hear from you. Now, one of the coolest things that's happened all year is about to happen at 7 p.m. Yankee Stadium. The world-famous Savannah Bananas will take the field in the Bronx. And I'm actually going to use my media credential to go on the field and interview players and hang out before the game. I don't even do that for the Yankees. I don't feel like I belong with the Yankees. I just hang out outside the stadium pregame when the Yankees play. But tonight, I will be in the building for the world-famous Savannah Bananas. I hit up my guy Jackson Olsen, who I met through MLB Network. Man, they have had the Bananas in town the last couple days. These guys have gone to Sirius XM Radio, YouTube, TikTok. I'm seeing these guys going to all these different bars and clubs, and they're doing this whole tour of New York City, and they're going to entertain New York City tonight, 7 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. I will be there. I can't wait. I will see you there. If you don't know, now you know. Banana Ball is upon us. These guys don't just play baseball. It is like the circus meets baseball. It's like the Harlem Globetrotters meets baseball. These guys dance. They light things on fire. They've got guys on stilts. Some of these guys like Jackson Olsen, they're former baseball players. I'm sure there's going to be some surprises. I can't wait to see what Yankee Stadium looks like. It's one of those one-off events, that doesn't come around too often. And this is the first time ever. So I'm happy to be on the field pregame. If you follow me on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, you'll see some of my stuff. And then if you're at the game tomorrow, hit me up. I'll be around. And, I think it's quick. I heard something like they do a 2-hour rule where they don't play for longer than 2 hours. So 7 to 9, and then we'll go party at Billy's and Stan's in the dugout and have a good Saturday night in the Bronx. And hopefully we're celebrating the Yankees beating the Red Sox. 888-808-1019. I said I would get in my takes, and we'll get back to the phone. If you're on hold, Junior, I'll get to you. Peter, I'll get to you. My quick thoughts on the Jets and Giants game coming up. Both are underdogs. Obviously, the Jets get their first 2 games at home. The Giants take their first 2 games on the road. Russell Wilson has got to get it going. He's got to have a great game, a bounce-back game. Him and Malik Neighbors got to be on the same page, and they can. Deron Bland is compromised for the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys don't have Micah Parsons. I think that they can get it going. I think they can move the ball, but they have to move the ball because Dak Prescott's going to move the ball. CeeDee Lamb already came out there and said since Drew Phillips injured him last year, hurt him last year, he's got something for Drew Phillips. He's looking forward to being matched up against Drew Phillips. The Dallas Cowboys are on extra rest since they played Thursday Night Football. And I just think that it's going to be hard for the Giants offense to keep up with the Cowboys offense. I expect points, though. I expect both teams to score. I don't expect there to be a situation where Jackson Dart is thrust into duty unless it's garbage time, unless it's the fourth quarter and you're down by 2-3 scores and you just want him to get his feet wet in an NFL game. You couldn't do that in D.C. I think we might see him do that against the Dallas Cowboys. And for the Jets, I think the Jets were up for the challenge against the Steelers, but you got to win that game. And if you couldn't stop old man Aaron Rodgers, you're not about to stop the MVP in Josh Allen. You're not. He's going to find a way, whether it's him running the ball, him throwing the ball, whether it's James Cook running the ball, throwing the ball to his tight ends or his wide receivers. I think there are so many ways that they can hurt you, but I will say this. The only way I think the Jets could steal this game, and I do think the Jets could cover because that spread is high. They're not putting any respect on the Jets. They're expecting the Bills to win by a touchdown. The only way I think that the Jets could cover and potentially steal a win is time of possession. Play and keep away. Run the ball. That offensive line graded out so well. Breece Hall rush for over 100 yards. Do it again. Get Braylon Allen some more touches. Have some design runs for Justin Fields, and then pop those pass plays when you can. They actually came out last week and threw more than I expected, and I think that's because they checked into some plays, and that's what the defense was calling for. But I think the Jets can hang with the Bills. I just expect the Bills, more of a cohesive unit, not their first year together. Josh Allen leading the charge to go in there and get a win. But I think it's going to be a closer game than people expect. 888-808-1019. I'd take the Cowboys and the Bills money line, but I would take the Cowboys to cover that 5.5 spread, and I wouldn't take the Bills to cover that 6.5 spread. I think the Jets can keep it close with them. Junior's in Jersey City on the Fan. What's up, Junior?
What's up, Keith?
Bringing it home.
Long time, first time.
Ding, ding, ding. Appreciate it, bro. Got you in there.
Don't give up on your team, man. Don't give up on the Cowboys.
I believe that I didn't give up on the Yankees. I set them off the roller coaster, but I believe they have a shot. I believe the Yankees have a shot. I never quit on the Yankees.
I said don't quit on the Cowboys.
Who?
I'm a Steelers fan.
Who? Oh, I'm out on Jerry Jones. I already gave away all my Dallas gear. You won't see me repping no Jerry Jones stuff.
Yeah, they'll find another owner like 10 years from now. We'll still be young.
No, it'll be Stephen Jones. They're going to keep it in the family. They're going to keep doing stupid stuff. And I'm going to figure out something else, I'll be a fan of something else. Thanks for the call, Junior. My top 5 right now, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I got the Bills up there. I got the Jacksonville Jaguars up there. I know they're not good, but that's where, I got family ties. The Ravens are up there, of course, because I like Lamar, and it's not that far of a drive to go down there and watch the Ravens in Baltimore. And then the Jets and Giants. That's my top 5 right now. Prospective NFL teams. We're going to choose by 2025. When I say we're going to choose, my son Jackson and I, when you see us unveil our team 2025 season that we're rocking with, I'll probably make a whole YouTube thing about it and make some content out of it. Last call of the night goes to Peter in Clifton, New Jersey. Peter, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, I just want to say I love you, I respect you, and I love that you guys have been streaming on YouTube recently between you and McGonigal, because I'm able to put it on my PlayStation, whatever, my TV, and watch as I fall asleep and whatever. And if you and your son, you want to pick a team, pick the Giants, the NFC East. But I know you might not want to. Whatever. Besides that, I just want to say, but man, Cohen's, as they promised a World Series in 5 years, man. They really look on track. They're really keeping their promise. And Soto, he's he's really, kicking what for the Mets. They must be doing so great. Stearns, boy, genius. He's who he got at the trade deadline. Helsley, everything must be working out. Everyone that he did not draft, McLean, Sprout, and Tong, who got shelled today, they look great. And then Lazy Holmes, who could barely pitch, past 4 innings. I guess that goes for Minaya as well. I want your thoughts on the Mets right now. They look like a star-studded team.
Great job, Peter. Man, thanks for rocking with us on YouTube. I'm so glad that I started doing my own live streams in February, and here we got to August, and WFAN said, we can have you stream on our YouTube channel. I think that's the better platform. And I said, hell yeah, you got way more subscribers, and I see the subscribers going up now to 100. It's a blessing to have a video component because I was on for almost 4 years without the video component. And now McMonagle, not McGonigal, Big Mac's not on tonight, but you guys will see Pete Hoffman coming up next. I've said what I got to say about the Mets. I'm not unloading the clip yet, but it is funny. It is funny where we are today. And I'm going to bring up all of that stuff. Don't you worry. I'm slowly trickling out little things. Like I saw Gary Sheffield Jr. said the Mets signed a generational talent, and they're going to go from 89 wins to maybe 85. The importance of building a good team around great players. You went to the NLCS last year, and you signed a 15-year mega deal with Juan Soto because he was supposed to put you over the top. Shame to sign a player like that and miss the postseason. Don't let it happen. You'll be the laughing stock of the league. You will be the butt of every joke. And that's a long offseason for David Stearns to have to figure out. That's a long offseason for Steve Cohen to deal with. And he deals with numbers and hard facts, and hope is not a strategy, and percentages. And I know he's looking at that postseason percentage that was 90-something, over 95, shrink down now. It's probably low 80s, maybe 70s, and he's panicking. He's playing the background. I told you, Steve, Twitter, no need to tweet. You're a billionaire. You never need to go on there. It doesn't do any good. And now, all that money you spent on the Mets, they are folding like a cheap suit. And these fans that you challenged and said, they better come out. I spent a lot of money on this team. They better. Oh, yeah. You can hear them. They're booing Jonah Tong. And that kid is crying in the club. And there's nothing Juan Soto can do with his 4 at-bats and making plays in right field to save the day. Pete Alonso, he's opting out, and he's going to go far away. He's going to leave. Lindor didn't get that captaincy, and he's been a ghost. Vientos, Beatty, Acuna, Mauricio, the baby Mets that David Stearns was so hard-pressed on seeing what they were going to be this year and didn't want to run it back with Candelita and Harrison Bader and Quintana and Severino and the OMG Mets. Can we at least get Grimace back into the fold? Like, break glass in case of emergency. Call McDonald's. Get Ronald on the phone this weekend. If you can't get them, Haley Welch, please get Hawk Tua girl back. Something has to change. Let the Bronx win the mascot race. I'm telling you, stop being petty. There's no reason for the Mets to be petty towards the Bronx. Let the giraffe win. And maybe your fortunes will change, Maybe your fortunes will change because this is a bad situation. This is a collapse. This is a house of cards. This was sold to us as a dynasty starting. This was sold to us as a championship caliber team with this world-class pitching lab that was going to turn these bums into aces. This was sold to us as a team that was 2 games away from the World Series, and they got better this year by adding a top 5 player in baseball. He didn't make the All-Star team, but we know who Juan Soto is. It would be a shame if Juan Soto doesn't get to show who he is in October. If I'm a Met fan, I'm angry as hell. I'm mad as hell. And I'm demanding that they right the ship these last few games, this homestand. Alumni game coming up today at 2 o'clock. It's going to bring good vibes and good energy. Steve Cohen should be there for the old-timers coming back. Show your face, Steve. Go talk to your fans. Shake hands. Explain to them what's going on, if you can. So nobody had this on their bingo card. Yes, we did. I told you still got to overcome your own history. I told you, okay, I laughed. I'm like, oh, Juan Soto clearly wanted to be a Met. No, Juan Soto took the highest offer. If the Savannah Bananas offered him $766 million, he'd be playing Yankee Stadium with the Savannah Bananas. Another one. That's another classic KM to AM in the book. Man, let me get up out of here, man. Let me get out of the way. Set the stage for the Honorable Pete Hoffman. You know him from BT and South. You know him from the Rico Bronya. And he was telling you like 3 or 4 episodes ago on the Rico Bronya. Hoff had an epic rant this week about it's over. Do you not see what's happening? And what the Mets do since then? They didn't pick up a game. They didn't pick up a game. The collapse is on. House of Cards. LOL Mets. Good night, everybody. I'm out of here. See you Monday.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN New York.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by police officers RightToSue.com. Jacob deGrom given a 6-run lead before he ever took the mound as he delivered 7 innings, a 3-run ball to get the win as the Rangers dismissed the Mets 8-3. Jonah Tong, with just 2/3 of an inning, allowed 6 runs. The Mets' losing streak is up to 7.
I mean, we know where we are on the calendar. You know, there's not too many games left here, and the meaning and the importance of every one of them. But I'm going to keep saying it about the experience. This is not the first time that guys have been in this situation. So, but we understand where we're at.
And that's just a half game up on the Giants, 1.5 up on the Reds for the final wild card. As for DeGrom, talked about the emotions in his return, especially after the video tribute before the game.
I think I did a decent job. When they played the video, I looked at it for a second, and I had to kind of look down, gather myself, and continue playing catch to get ready for the game. But once first pitch happened, it was all right. Here we go. We got to try to get some outs.
Meanwhile, Luis Gil fired 6 scoreless innings and no-hit balls. The Yankees finished off the Red Sox 4-1. Aaron Judge blasted his 47th of the year in the first, his 4th homer in the last 4 games, passing Joe DiMaggio for 4th on the Yankees' all-time list. Judge seems to be getting hot at the right time.
Yeah, I feel like he's getting on time good. He's finishing his move. And so he's getting into really strong hitting position. I feel like even going back, he's probably got 4 in 4 games or whatever. So, and I feel like he's gotten a lot of Aaron Judge type swings off.
Blue Jays won, so the Yankees still 3 back, but now a 1.5 games up on the Red Sox for the top wild card. 65 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN. Well, that's not what you want to say. If you are a New York Mets fan, you are seething, you are furious, you're emotional, you may be crying inside, you might be crying outside. And all warranted, because this New York Mets franchise has failed you. Okay? They've failed you. The fact that Steve Cohen and David Stearns last year, after the wild card win, after the NLDS win, everyone's popping champagne, pouring champagne all over each other, getting excited, happy, tasting victory, told you, the Met fan, told you, we are changing the culture. We are changing the way that the Met fan gets to root for your team. It's a brighter day. No more pessimism. No more woe is me. No more wait for the last shoe to drop. No. Everything is going to be glorious. Every day is going to be wonderful. We're going to get the best players. We're going to make everything special for you. And that was said with a serious face, in a serious way, and got me and everybody else excited who were Mets fans. But they lied to you. They lied to you. They lied to me. They lied to everybody. Because what David Stearns did this offseason into the trade deadline was embarrassing. He has whiffed on every single move not named Juan Soto. And now the Mets are in a spot where they are up by a half a game over the San Francisco Giants. The Reds are a game and a half behind them. So virtually, the Giants and Reds are tied. Because basically, if the Reds catch up to the Mets in the wild card standings, the Reds have the tiebreaker, the Mets are out. The Giants, if they have the same record as the Mets, the Giants are out because the Mets have the tiebreaker. So the Giants need to get one more game above the Mets. And right now, you watch the Giants play baseball. They're motivated. They're excited. They got these Not only do they have good players, good starting pitchers, veteran starting pitchers, guys that have been there before, but they also have young kids that are excited, that are drawing energy, that are bringing out energy. And guess where they got one of those kids from? The New York Mets. You can't make it up. Drew Gilbert, over the last week or so, was batting like 300, 400, a few home runs, playing great baseball. Where'd he come from? The Mets. Because the Mets had to go out and get Tyler Rogers, Mr. Reliable. Pitch him every day. Rubber arm. Rubber arm my butt. He pitches to contact. He allows soft hits all the time. And he's been in many, many situations where you can't give up a hit. Otherwise, 2 runs will score, no doubt. And what does he do? First batter, he gives up a hit. And the game gets blown open, and the Mets lose. Now, that wasn't the case last night. But that just goes to show that David Stearns wasted trading away the surplus of prospects that he had. 12 prospects. He traded at the deadline to get Tyler Rogers, to get Ryan Helsley, who's been a complete and utter waste, to get Gregory Soto, who continues to blow game after game after game, and Cedric Mullins, who had his first hit, I think, as a Met yesterday. But it's too little, too late. They are dead. They are lifeless. They are washed. Like, this team doesn't care, doesn't want to try, doesn't look like they want to try. They look pathetic. And you watch them, and it's not Jonah Tong's fault. Let's first stop right there for a second. They lost last night 8-3 to the Rangers. They were always going to lose that game. I know it looks like, well, Jonah Tong went in and gave up 6 runs. That didn't help. Yeah, it didn't help. Why are we relying on a 22-year-old kid to go in and pitch a huge game versus a 2-time Cy Young Award winner with the Mets in Jacob deGrom in his first game back? In his first game back to Citi Field since he's been a Met. Like, that was a recipe for disaster. Plus, the Rangers are a hot team. They have these young, exciting players again, like the Giants, that are these spark plugs that are just tearing it up. And we're sitting here going, can somebody do anything? Like, don't we have a few of the best players in baseball Whether it's Juan Soto, whether it's Pete Alonso, Francisco Lindor, hey, Brandon Nimmo, they call him a core 4, or whatever they call him, the Fab 4. He's part of that, right? Can he do something? He can't do anything. And this team has been dead now for a good week. Like, let's be honest. Walking into Philly on Monday, if anybody thought that they weren't going to get swept, you're ridiculous. You're blind. You are positive Tommy, and you just can't stop trying to say positive things, because if you do that, then your shtick is gone. Then you can't live anymore because you have nothing else to say. Reality hasn't set in. And that's what it is. It's reality right now. This is not pessimism. This is not optimism. It's reality. The Mets have blown a huge lead in the playoffs. They had the division once. They are now 12 games out of the division. They are now holding on to the wild card by a half a game. Tell me how to be positive when you watch day in and day out a 7-game losing streak, not for the first time this season, but it feels like the 12th time. The streaks are endless. They have played bad baseball since June. You can't fake it anymore. You can't lie to yourself anymore. You can't tell yourself, hey, you know what? There's still 14 games left. They'll figure it out. What makes you believe that this team, that the New York Mets, are going to figure it out? Tell me, what gives you that belief? What makes you feel that the New York Mets are all of a sudden going to wake up tomorrow and beat the you-know-what out of Patrick Corbin? Why? Because historically, they do that? Historically, Pete Alonso's like batting 400 versus Patrick Corbin? Well, I'll tell you this. I won't be surprised when Patrick Corbin strikes him out 2-3 times, and Pete Alonso's now batting 385 versus Patrick Corbin. Because that's what they do this year. Every big game, every big moment, they don't show up. And you could say, well, they haven't had a big game yet. They're still in the playoffs. So have they really had a big game, a do-or-die game? Yes. Yes, they have. When you go to Philadelphia and you can turn that division into a 3-game lead in the division from a 5 or 6 or 7-game lead, that's a big series. And they no-showed. The only person that showed up in that Philadelphia series was Nolan McLean. In his 5th start, Nolan McLean did his job. Nobody else did. Not one. Not one. And I'm tired of the lies. That's what bothers me. That's what pisses me off. The fact that we were told how amazing this pitching lab was going to be this year, we all bought in because last year it worked. Maybe they just got lucky. Maybe there is no pitching lab. Maybe they just got lucky with Severino, with Manaya, with Quintana. Maybe they just got lucky with everybody. And this year, people figure them out. That's it. Maybe that's all it is. Because I haven't seen anyone get fixed this season. I haven't seen one pitcher who struggled figure it out. Ryan Helsley has been here for longer than a month, and that guy continues to throw beach balls over the base, over home plate, and gets crushed every time he's on the mound. But we know he's tipping pitches. We know it. We know that. Okay. Fix it. Or DFA him. But you can't have Ryan Helsley pitch big innings anymore. You can't have Gregory Soto pitch big innings anymore. You can't have Reed Garrett pitch big innings anymore. You can't have any of these guys pitch big innings anymore. They're all trash. And I've been saying this for a while. We've been hinting at it, and we didn't really want to say it and commit to it. But it's the truth. When the Mets miss the playoffs in the next 2 weeks, David Stearns is going to be destroyed. Now, I'm not saying he should lose his job, but he is going to be public enemy number one for Mets fans. He failed at everything he tried to do this offseason. He failed at everything he did during the deadline. He failed at every possible waiver pickup in August. Walker Buehler gets picked up by the Phillies. You telling me the Mets couldn't have used Walker Buehler? I know he's had a rough season, but you're telling me that they couldn't have given him a shot? That seeing Walker Buehler over, I don't know, maybe Sean Manaea, maybe David Peterson, Clay Holmes, give him a shot, give him a start. You know, if you told me Walker Buehler comes in and has to take a spot from Jonathan, I'll say, okay, fine. As long as he was doing something different here and giving something else a chance. And Walker Buehler, what did he do yesterday? 5 innings, one run over the Royals, playoff team. 5 hits, striking out 3. Solid outing. I'm not sitting here saying, whew, well, there you go. They found their Cy Young. But what they did do is they got a pitcher who can go 5 innings and keep you in a ball game. That they can do. That he can do. David Robertson, another one. You need bullpen help. David Robertson was available, and you just ignored him because, hey, we got Ryan Helsley. We got Gregory Soto. Tyler Rogers. There is not one person on this team that isn't untouchable. Let's put it that way. There's not one person in that pitching staff, that bullpen. Not one. It has been a brutal month, to say the least, but it's been a brutal 4 months. It has been a brutal June, July, August, now September. 3.5 months of watching this pathetic baseball team act pathetic, play pathetic, not show up, only score in 1 inning in a game every time they score. Like, that's what they do. You think about what they did the past 2 games alone. They scored 4 runs against Philly on Thursday. In the first inning, they attack Jesus Luzardo, and it looks like they got him on the ropes. And then he goes and pitches 7 no-hit innings. And then the closer comes in and shuts the 1-2-3. Lights out. What the hell is that? How do you go from 4 runs in the first inning, everyone's hitting, to not one person can get on base for the next 8 innings? And then tonight, it's Jacob deGrom, so you know he's going to be tough to hit. But then all of a sudden, they get to him in the third. They put up 3 runs. And then that's it. That's all they do. 3 runs in the third inning. It was nice to cut the lead in half, make it 6-3. But you got 6 other innings you could put up offense too, you know. It's pathetic. They're looking pathetic. And if you're a Met fan, it's time to be realistic and understand the Mets are not making the playoffs this year. And that is a slap to the face of every Met fan, because what did Steve Cohen say in the beginning of the season? He made a comment about everybody going to the ballpark. And what did the fans do? They went to the freaking ballpark. They basically packed the place. They're going to have over 3 million in attendance this year. It's a big deal that the fans went and supported. And guess what they get in return? Nothing. They get nothing. They're going to get shellacked at the end of the season by every single jealous Juan Soto fan out there that didn't get Juan Soto, but is ready to laugh in the face of every Met fan that was like, hey, we got Juan Soto, we're happy. But they took offense to that, so now they are waiting to just pounce. I feel bad for the Met fan. Not because the team is crap. Not because the team is pathetic. Because the Met fan does not deserve to get the heat that's about to come their way when the players, the team is about to miss the playoffs. The fans didn't miss the playoffs. The fans showed up. The fans did their best to will this team to do something special. Okay? The fans didn't fail. The team did. The manager did. David Stearns did. The owner did. I put Steve Cohen in there because he's talked a lot. He said a lot. Well, you have to put your people that you hire on blast. This is unacceptable. This goes back to the Javi Baez trade a few years ago when you trade in Pete Crow Armstrong, you get Javi Baez in, and then you miss the playoffs. Well, what are you doing? Do you have any idea of what you're actually doing? And the answer is no. Not this season, at least. They had no idea what they were doing. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoff with you on the fan. We will take your phone calls. And I do have a message for all the Met fans that were being clowns and jerks and asses to every Yankee fan before the season started. I'll give you my message coming up next on the fan. 888-808-1019. We'll get to your phone calls. Mike, Eric, everyone that's calling in right now, we will get to you guys. I want to hear from you. We'll do this together. It's an early funeral for the New York Mets, but what better time than now? So we can move on and we can get to the football season that we're about to, suffer over. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can get everything that you want possible on there. It's all on demand, whether it's Keith McPherson. If you missed anything, go back and rewind it. You can go check out Keith's show as he was crushing or teasing his receipts about the Mets. Teasing his receipts. That I'm scathing. I am very upset. But hey, you reap what you sow. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on WFAN. Join us for I'm Listening, a special broadcast event featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, along with leading mental health professionals. Hosted by Carson Daly with Katie Neal, Dr. Alfie Breland-Noble, and Dr. Christine Mouter. This important program spreads awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. Hear from Cynthia Erivo, Kane Brown, Louis Capaldi, Amy Lee, and more, because you are not alone, and it's okay to not be okay. For more information, visit imlistening.org.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. And ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law Bite Back.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Real Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yes, a little Green Day action. If you follow me on TikTok, I don't know why, or TikTok and social media, whatever it is, I don't know why, but I've been in the mood to just like, when I'm in traffic, I've been recording, singing in the car in traffic because I'm bored. I got nothing else to do. I'm not moving. So I'm like, hey, screw it. I'm going to go and entertain myself as best as possible. And I like to share music, which I've always said. I'm a promoter of all different songs and different whatever things that I like. So that's what I've been doing. Yesterday I put it out there. That song, it's Going to Pasalacqua by Green Day. And I put it as like a little mystery. Do you know this band? You know the band. You know Green Day. I don't know if you know that song. It's from 1039 Smooth Out Slappy Hours. I think that's the title of the album. Smoothed Out Slappy Hours. That's the first album they ever put out. That goes back a long ways. I don't even know what year that was. Maybe 93, 94. No, before that. Because Dookie came out around 94. So we're talking maybe 91. It was before Kerplunk. I know a lot of people know Kerplunk as their first album. This is before that. But anyway, that's all about the music. A message to Met fans, okay? Because there was a lot of Met fans that were out there bragging that Juan Soto chose the Mets and that now because of that, the Mets are big brothers. The Mets are going to own the town, and a lot of trash talking. And I got to be honest, I am not one that's big on trash talking. I want things to happen. Don't get me wrong. I root for my teams. I want them to win. I get excited. I talk about my teams. I don't talk about other people's teams. I don't go out there to try to criticize other people's teams. If you hear me talking about another team that is quote unquote not my team and there's criticism, it's because that's my job that I do on the radio. I don't know if you realize this, but I play a radio host on air on Saturday mornings, when I produce with BT and Sal, when I do the Rico Bronias with Evan Roberts, when I do the WFAN Daily on podcast. Like, that's something that I do. That is my role, is I have to assess and come up with content. And a lot of times, when something bad happens, I'm going to criticize the hell out of any and all teams and players. It happens. But I don't think I do it in a trash talk way. I truly am genuine, which sometimes people think they don't even know what teams I root for because that's how it comes across. They have no idea, which is good. But that being said, I know that there were a ton of Met fans that were out there that were ready to pounce and pump their chest. And not because you were excited that Juan Soto became a Met. And that should be the general consensus. If you're a Met fan and you got the news that Juan Soto wanted to come to the Mets and chose the Mets, whether it was for money, whether it was because of his family, whether it was because he just loves Queens better than the Bronx, whether because his favorite color is orange, whatever it is, whatever reason Juan Soto chose the Mets for, it doesn't make a difference. He came to the Mets. You should be happy about that because he's one of the best players in baseball. And that's why you should be happy. Not because you want to make your brother across town pissed off and poke him and say, hey, look who's got the best player in baseball now. Guess who chose the Mets now? No. That's not the message that you should be going for. And a lot of people did that. A lot of people were starting to jab and pick fights. And guess what? You heard Keith. He's got receipts. And he ain't the only one. Yankee fans are going to have a bloodbath when they are done. Once the Mets are out of the playoffs, once they miss the playoffs, forget about it. It is going to be, if you're a Met fan, run and hide. But I say this, Met fans, if you were that Met fan that went out there and bragged and pouted your chest, pumped up your chest, and said some awful things and negative things to Yankee fans, you know what? You deserve it. You deserve it. Because it should not be about other teams. Your focus should not be on other teams. Your focus should be on the Mets. If you're a Mets fan, you should be rooting for your team and be happy for your team. Not be the first thing is, I want to go rub it in the Yankees fans' face. That's being jealous. That's being stupid. That's pathetic. That's as pathetic as the Mets play as of late. It should only be about your team. Obviously, at the end of the day, if your team is a champion, if the Mets win the World Series, you get to gloat because you won a championship. The team that you root for. You get to celebrate, have a parade down the Canyon of Heroes. Like, yeah. Then you can gloat. But there's nothing to gloat about when you sign a guy for $750 million. He's going to be here for 15 years, and then they don't make the playoffs the first year he's here. There's nothing to brag about. There's nothing to show off about. Because guess what? We've missed the playoffs many a times without the best player in baseball. We don't need Juan Soto to miss the playoffs. We did that plenty of times. The Mets did that plenty of times without Juan Soto. So if you're that guy, if you were that person that went and crushed your friends who are Yankee fans and poked them, listen, just take the punches. Just take the punches. Take whatever they give you and say, you're right. Totally got me there. Now, next year, when the Mets make the playoffs, if they make the playoffs at this point in time, different story. Brag a little bit. Be happy. If they win the championship, definitely go crazy. But don't go out there and try to pick a fight with your Yankee rivals because you failed. The Mets failed. The Mets failed you. Okay? You should be pissed at the Mets. Not at the Yankee fans that are poking you because you were a punk after you signed Soto. Listen, we were all excited. I mean, me, Sal, Evan, and Tommy were popping champagne literally in the Rico Bronya podcast. We were jumping up like a bunch of little kids. We were excited. It was awesome. He's ours. But the first thing that didn't come out of my mouth was, told you Yankee fans, look now, get ready. That never happened, nor should it have happened. 888-808-1019. That's the thing. And listen, if you want to, I'm not opposed to you giving it back to the Yankee fans once they get eliminated from the playoffs. That's okay too. You could do that. That's a little friendly banter. But again, you're setting yourself up for failure. You got knocked out of the playoffs before they even started. 888-808-1019. It's the number to call. Let's open these phones. I didn't get to them, but let's start it off with my boy Mike in Brooklyn. Mike, how are you doing? Tell me something positive.
Good morning, Peter. How are you today?
Well, me, myself, I'm good. I'm doing great. It's 2:37 in the morning.
Good, Anthony?
Oh, nice. Anthony's great. He's happy that the Mets are losing. So, I mean, he's nice. Whenever that happens. Like Anthony said, my 8-year-old, now 8-year-old, when he was 7 when when Soto signed, when I told Anthony that Juan Soto, and I apologized to him, I said, I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Juan Soto signed with the Mets last night. And he looked at me. I woke him up. It was like 6 or 7 in the morning when I woke him up. He looked at me in all serious face and said, "But they're still going to suck. So it's okay."
And he was right.
And he was right. And he nailed it. So no skin off his butt.
Listen, so I was just talking to Abby. She said, tell you that she says hello.
Oh, hello,
cool.
Abby.
Hello, Abby. And, okay, so I get a couple points, so just a couple extra minutes tonight. So, first of all, anybody, so you can have every Met fan that called up here. You know me for 5 years now. And by the way, the first point we ever talked about, you were right about. When I called up and you said Tua sucks. So now
it finally took, 4 years to hit you? Okay. Well,
I think your goal was 5.
Yeah,
but
I'm finally right. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
I give you props for it. I give you props, Hospitodamus, when you deserve it. But
I appreciate that.
So listen. So here we go. So you know already that I said last year, pitching lab, I poo-pooed the pitching lab last year. Then this year, 21 games over 500. You know what? I said 86 wins, and they're not going to make the playoffs. Everybody's like, "Oh, this guy's crazy. He's out of his mind." Blah blah blah. How's that going? Okay. And you know what? You know what nobody says about Minaya, Quintana, and the other idiot? That you know what happened? All 3 of them were going for contracts, right?
Yeah.
Severino last year. Okay. And then what happened? They got their contracts. They all got big contracts, and now they stink. Right? Okay. So now let's get into this year. So the pitching lab is good. We have nothing on this team. First of all, Soto, too. Soto, if you call Francesa, tell Sal to call Francesa and ask him candidly. You don't have to say it on the radio. Is Soto a compiler?
Oh, my God. I'm not going to talk about. Listen,
I'm just saying. You watch at the end of his career, he's a compiler. He has not done anything for us this year in the clutch. Not one thing.
That's not true. Actually, the last month, his runners and scoring position, his batting average has been so much better. He's been driven.
He's driven
in. Was that?
Out of 5 months? That's good.
Well, okay.
For 50 million.
But I'm not. But again, and you're right. If you were to tell me and take Juan Soto overall this year and say Juan Soto did not have his best year ever, I'm not going to deny that. You're 100% right. But he didn't have a great year because his clutch stats weren't great. However, he's going to set a record for himself, personal record with home runs. He's 3 away from 42 home runs. He set a record in stolen bases, and I know we saw him steal his 30th base. Very selfish. I get it. His RBI total, he's not that far off from. His walk total, he's probably going to miss on that, but the run total is not that far away. You're talking about he may put up his best offensive stats ever this season in a season where he's had a not good Juan Soto year. To me, I mean, that's amazing.
Okay. To me, he's getting paid $50 million a year. He should be doing more. But, okay. So if he can't hit
I don't know what else he
can't hit the
I mean, yeah, I guess he should have won more games for them. But you know what, though? How about this? Here's the other thing, too, Mike. It's not just Juan Soto. I know Juan Soto's making the most money, but Lindor hasn't done anything in about a month or two. Pete Alonso hasn't done anything in about a month or two. Brandon Nimmo has been batting better. His batting average has been better recently, but he hasn't really done anything in a month or two. You're talking about all these guys have gotten paid. All of those guys have gotten paid, and nobody's doing anything.
So you know what you have to do? Because you and I already said beginning of the year, and you know this, that I said that they're not going to make the playoffs. You know what you got to do? You got to get – because every Met fan is going to call up. First of all, the Met fan that calls up and says they're big brother now because they got Soto already. Win something. And then the Yankee fan, tell Keith with his receipts, tell Keith anytime he wants to go back and forth, bring the receipts, and we'll go back and forth. So,
he's got all of them. I don't doubt Keith at all. Yeah. I don't doubt Keith one bit. And I'm telling you right now, Keith is going to come and he is going to torch every single Met fan that said anything.
And he should. And he should for the people who come in and they're big brother. But they won something. I hope Tommy
Lugauer is the first one he goes after.
That's a whole nother set of worms. Him and Frank died. But what do you call it? So that's 15 years ago on his part. And when he keeps saying the 27 victories, was he born in the 50s and 60s when he won like 21?
Well, I know.
Come on, it's moronic. And just the last thing, okay? So can we please, can we please just relax? Dude, let this guy get rid of Alonso this year.
Oh,
Dude,
stop it!
And listen,
Stop it, Mike. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna let you go. If you're gonna talk about getting rid of Pete Alonso, that's not the time right now.
Okay. You want 7 years, $30 million a year? How's the contract for Nimmo going? 2031. He's 32 years old.
Hold on, Mike. Are you gonna blame this on Pete Alonso this season?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
What's the main factor? What is the main factor of the biggest issue with the Mets this year? What has been the numero uno issue this year? It's not Pete
There's
Alonso.
two factors. The pitching lab stinks, and the lineup stinks. They're not consistent. So there's two things. But the problem is you have to get rid of the core. You can't get rid of Lindor because nobody's going to take him. You can't get rid of Lindor, nobody's going to take him. And you can't get rid of Soto. So the only people you can get is not resign Diaz and not resign Alonso and let Stearns actually go do what he was good at and why this Brewers team is so good because he drafted people.
Hold on. And Mike, thank you for the phone call. I appreciate you, buddy. You can't tell me to get rid of one of the best closers in baseball so that he can go out there and draft people. I mean, that's ridiculous. And Pete Alonso, this is not I'm not going to break down which guy they should get rid of because they can get rid of everybody for all I care at this point in time. They're cursed. But I'm not sitting here and putting the blame on one person. I'm not going, Pete Alonso didn't do anything. Nobody's done anything. Nobody's done a thing in the past month. They've played terrible baseball. They've been atrocious. It's not on just Alonso. It's on everybody. 888-808-1019. Eric is in Buffalo. What's up, Eric?
Hey, one thing, I changed everything. I used to listen to Buffalo at night, but I am all about New York City. You guys are awesome. And I'll say, I don't know. The Yankees won, but how far are the Mets out now? Or are they in still?
Well, Eric, I appreciate the phone call. By the way, I was up in Buffalo for the preseason game with the Giants and the Bills.
Oh,
nice. Yeah. Are you excited for the new stadium?
Yeah. I'm getting a little bit old. You know, I was back in the Kelly era and all that stuff. I was at every game and flew out wherever we had to go. But, yeah, I can't wait. I think Josh this year, but I am totally scared this week against the Jets.
Why?
Because
you're the second person that said that. I mean, I haven't talked football yet, but we'll dive into Jets Buffalo Bills at 3. But why are you scared of the Jets?
Because we can't stop gosh darn run, and our defense is questionable, but Josh is great. We already know that. He's phenomenal, but we never win it. And I wish we had a better coach. And a lot of people are going to sit there, God, around here, they think he's like God's gift or whatever. And I look around and I watch the games that I've taped and stuff, and, it's like, he cost us. He cost us at least 2 times to go.
I love it, Eric. I love that you're sitting here complaining about Josh Allen as a Buffalo Bill fan when we've sat here in New York for years talking about Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers and Zach Wilson, and now we got Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, and you're sitting here and you're talking about Josh Allen's cost you games. He's also won you and got you to the AFC Championship game.
I love Josh Allen. He's great, but I think the coach has cost us games.
Yeah,
more than Josh.
And they still get you to deep into the playoffs every year. 888-808-1019. We will get the Jets and the Bills game coming up a little bit later. I promise you that. We have a lot to get to. It's still early. The morning's still young. Ron, Tommy, Austin, to get to you guys coming up next. Will continue the Mets conversation as there's a lot to get into. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff. WFAN on all social media, at TikTok, at the Instagram, on the X, if you still call it X, is it Twitter, whatever it is, but at Hoff WFAN. The Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black is 2 weeks away, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem hands down, have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. And here's the cool part. Everything features the official 2025 Ryder Cup patch, so you'll look sharp when you're cheering on Team USA on and off the course. These styles are selling fast, so don't wait until the opening tee shot. Shop the official 2025 Ryder Cup collection today. Flag and anthem. Real clothes for real life.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Brian Dable waited too long to pull the plug on Daniel Jones.
Agreed with that, yeah.
He allowed it to just fester.
Yep.
He allowed the frustration to not only build in the fan base, but who cares about us? It was building internally, and who cares about the team? It was building with him.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
New York sports on the Fan.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman invites you to the free summer concert series at Eisenhower Park. Friday, September 19th, music icon Bret Michaels brings his Party Gras tour to Eisenhower Park. Bret Michaels with special guest Don Felder, former lead guitarist of the Eagles. Showtime 7 p.m. Bring a blanket or lawn chair. Free admission and parking Friday, September 19th at Eisenhower Park.
Sal
Frelick out of here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Benigno takes over. And I'm looking forward for the next 2 hours to talk to you. But when Joe B takes over, I can guarantee a ridiculously early Saturday morning with Joe Benigno. It's going to be special. It's going to be a special one. You don't want to miss that, as 5 a.m. should be fireworks as he goes off on the Mets. Let's get some more phone calls in as before we have to hit this update. 888-808-1019. Ron is in Los Angeles. What's up, Ron?
Hey, how are you today? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thanks for making it, Ron.
I'm a big fan. I love listening to you. So I wanted to say that, everyone talks about Steve Cohen as this messiah, the savior of the Mets coming in, and he's going to lead us to the promised land. But nobody ever talks about how this man made his money.
The discussions have been there, Ron. There was a lot of discussions prior when they were talking about him buying the team initially. There was a ton of conversation about it. So that's not totally true.
Okay, but recently, I haven't heard anything about all the insider trading. And,
yeah, but are we going to keep on? Let me ask you a question, though, Ron. Like, I understand what you're getting at. Like you're saying, like the guy insider trading, all the things that he got in trouble with prior. I don't remember if he got acquitted for things or whatever the case is. Like whatever his previous things that he's done. Do we have to bring that up every time? Like, this is not a conversation like, Barry Bonds, is he the best home run hitter of all time, but he took steroids. So we can't really count that. Like, this is just a guy who owns the Mets. He's trying to do something, trying to put together a championship team, trying to make Citi Field, the surrounding area, nice, which is amazing, which I love it. But every time we talk about Steve Cohen, we have to bring up his past.
I just wanted to say that I feel like it brings bad karma to the team, and it brings a sense of irresponsible money spending. And you end up with a way overpaid Juan Soto that way instead of.
Well, hold on, Ron, hold on. If the Mets didn't spend that money on Juan Soto, do you know who else was going to spend that money? The Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, the Giants, the Cubs, like those type of teams. There was a bunch of teams, the Blue Jays. There were a bunch of teams that were trying to get Juan Soto. The Mets won the bid at what they got him for, but they were up against the Yankees, who basically had a very similar offer. I don't know if they had that option where in 5 years, if he opts out, you can just throw $5 million per year more on top of it and to make it $815 or whatever the total is. But regardless, like you had a bunch of teams that were going to give him that money if he chose to be with them. So don't make it like it just was a solely Steve Cohen who made up this, like, hey, let's just give Juan Soto all the money. No, there were other teams involved.
Well, let's hope for the best. And my second quick point I wanted to make is I've been watching baseball since about 1987. And it was just a shame there was no wild card back then, because all those 80s teams of the Mets and the Yankees would have gone to several wild cards.
The Mets out of everybody got screwed probably more than anybody else. Like the Yankees had their opportunity to go to championships, and they did, and they won the World Series and all that other stuff. The Mets in 87, I believe it was. I mean, there was all these opportunities that they just, it wasn't like you had 4 teams from each division go. It was 2 teams. It was 2 teams from each league go. That was it. And it was, and Ron, thank you so much for a phone call. I appreciate it. You're right. They missed out on a lot of opportunities just because of how the playoffs worked back in the day. But on the other hand, let's think about this. The Mets are now in a baseball league that they've made it easier for teams to make the playoffs. Like, I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way to say it. They've made it easier for baseball teams to make the playoffs, and they are about to miss the playoffs again. Again. That can't happen. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. We will do some more baseball stuff coming up. Don't worry, Tommy, Austin, we'll get to you guys coming up. But I do want to tease the Jets-Bills stuff, so we'll do that coming up next on The Fan. As I am not, if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, I would not be worried about the New York Jets. I'm sorry. We'll get to that in a second. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan. You could always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. But now an update. Marco Belletti.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, all eyes on the return of Jacob deGrom, with the Rangers making sure to give him plenty of cushion.
Now the pitch. Swinging a liner to left field. It's hooking towards the corner. It is a fair ball. Base hit going into the corner. Heim is in. Freeman around third. Comes home standing. The throw goes to third. And on at second with a 2-run double is Michael Hellman. And the Texas Rangers have scored 6 runs here in the top of the first inning.
Jonah Tong torched 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning as the Rangers thumped the Mets 8-3. Howie Rose to call Odyssey Mets Radio. DeGrom allowed 3 runs over 7, notching his 12th win in his return to Citi Field.
It means a lot. Like I said, the fans were great to me tonight. They were great to me when I was here. So I always enjoyed taking them out in front of this crowd. So tonight was just as special.
That's now 7 straight losses for the Mets, as the Giants have now crept within a half game of the wild card. Reds game and a half back. Meanwhile, Luis Gil fired 6 scoreless innings and no-hit ball. Aaron Judge blasted his 47th homer, moving him past Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees all-time list as they erased the Red Sox 4-1. Bullpen did its job, capped off by David Bednar, while Jose Caballero continues to light a spark, a double, a run scored, and a league-leading 46 stolen base.
Does he rub off? Maybe a little bit. You know, I think he can feed off of good base running plays or manufacture a run with a base running play. There's no question.
Bombers took advantage of 3 Boston errors. Blue Jays won, so the Yankees do remain 3 back, but open up a game-and-a-half lead on the Red Sox for the top wild card. 65 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Pete off with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe B takes over. And listen, we had a caller on a little while ago from Buffalo, and he was, I think it was Eric, and he was nervous about the Jets this weekend. And now listen, nervous about the Jets, and he's a Buffalo Bills fan, I think that's a little bit crazy. It's a little bit much. I know that the Jets played a very tight game, not at all. Fun game versus Steelers. Like, it was a good performance by the offense, by Justin Fields, by Breece Hall, by Garrett Wilson. You know, they looked competent. They looked like they were able to move the ball. They looked like an offense that was together for more than just an offseason. And that's definitely exciting. That's definitely something where in years past, like, that's what we wanted out of Aaron Rodgers the past 2 years, you know? That's what we expected out of him. And we never got it. That's what we expected out of Zach Wilson. Never got it. But we got that out of Justin Fields. And that was the one thing about Justin Fields that I was always excited about. I wanted him to come to New York so bad. I even said I didn't care if he was coming to the Jets or the Giants. I just wanted him here. I think there was so much untapped potential out of Justin Fields. And the funny thing is, you had a Justin Fields that Mike Tomlin just coached last year, and he was unable to stop Justin Fields. So that's a good sign from the Jets offense, that they were able to mix it up, run the ball effectively. Breece Hall was finding some really good holes. Braylon Allen, not so much. It wasn't a big day for Allen, but it was more about Breece Hall. And, you know, I heard in the offseason or you know, before the season was picking up, like, hey, get ready, Breece Hall's going to get traded. They don't need Breece Hall anymore, blah, 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 blah. Breece Hall needs to be with the Jets. Like, you can't just let him walk away in the offseason. You kind of need him around because he is effective. He is a good runner. He is effective. He's worth, again, I'm depending on how much they pay him, worth every penny, personally speaking. But in saying that it was a good offensive production, the Bills, I understand, have their issues. Can they stop the run? I know that there's a lot of defensive players that are going to be missing on Sunday, which is a problem. But are you really telling me that you think the Jets offense and the Bills offense can hang together? I think not. I don't think no matter how good Justin Fields looked last week, I don't think that the Jets will be able to keep up with the Bills offense. Look what the Bills did in the last 4.5 minutes of that Sunday night game. Was it Sunday or Monday? No, Sunday night game on, right? Was it Sunday or Monday? No, it was Monday.
It was Sunday night, yeah.
It was Sunday. I knew it. I'm traveling too much. I can't remember when it was, but it was Sunday. You're right. I knew it. But look what the Bills did to the Baltimore Ravens defense. Now, it also helped that Derrick Henry fumbled the ball, but the Bills at will were able to move the ball with no problem. And I got to be honest with you, the one thing that was a little disturbing from Sunday's home opener with the Jets was the defense didn't stop much. The defense was very, very underwhelming. And with an explosive offense like the Bills, they're going to get exposed. Aaron Glenn, that was the one thing about Aaron Glenn I thought was going to be a no-brainer, like the defense would be great. The defense would show up. And they didn't. And that's a concern. Because for Bills fans to think that, oh, I don't know, the Jets, they look kind of good. We can't stop their offense. Yeah, but look at yours. And you're doing it with Josh Allen and who exactly? Think about that. You put up 41 points against the Baltimore Ravens, and who exactly was Josh Allen spreading the ball to? Keon Coleman? Shakir? James Cook, who's good. Don't get me wrong. He's not his brother, but he's good. You got the tight ends with Knox and Kincaid, but nobody is special. No, like Stefon Diggs, when they had Stephon Diggs at wide receiver, yeah, I get it. When a top-level wide receiver's in the league and Josh Allen, that's special. I don't see a top-level wide receiver right now on that team. And they put up 41 points. And Josh Allen's that good. He can't be stopped. And I don't think that if the Jets defense couldn't stop Aaron Rodgers last week, do you think that they're going to stop Josh Allen this week? I think not. I don't think it's going to be a good start to the season for the Jets. I think 0-2 is in their future. That's not saying the Jets are playing bad football. That's just saying that they're not complete yet. They haven't figured it all out yet. They played one game under their belt. And one other thing, too. Since we're on the Jets, I understand the Xavier Gibson cutting as, he fumbled the ball. And they and Aaron Glenn tried to do the right thing and not make it like, oh, that's not the reason why we cut him specifically, but we do want to hold people accountable. He's the guy that gets cut. Okay, got it. Send a message. Well, if that's the case, if you're sending Gibson a message, what about Quincy Williams? And don't tell me, well, you can't, start better players. You have to have more wiggle room for. Well, then don't tell me that you are making an example out of players and that you have to be held accountable. Because if you're held accountable, then everybody should be held accountable when they do something wrong so that they don't do it again. That's the point. No matter how good you are, if you make a bonehead mistake, like Xavier Gibson fumbled a football that was a physical play, meaning that somebody else made a play on that ball and he maybe didn't hold the ball right or whatever the case is, and he fumbled and he lost the ball. That wasn't good. I get it. But that was a physical play. Somebody else helped cause that fumble. Quincy Williams is an idiot for going and hitting somebody out of bounds. Like, the play's out of bounds. The play's dead. And he followed through and finished the hit. It's a late hit, and it's out of bounds. That's a mental mistake. That, you sit there and go, dude, that's unacceptable. Sit him for a quarter. Sit him for a half. That's holding somebody accountable. Better player on your team. Yeah, I get it. You can't cut everybody. Sure. I get that. But there are other ways to hold people accountable. And that's the other thing. It makes me laugh because Gibson was getting cut anyway. That was just the excuse they used. Hey, look what happened here. He fumbled the ball. He messed up. He's a good player, but we can't have that here with the Jets. You were going to have him here with the Jets anyway. Let's be fair. So don't make it because, he dropped the ball. He fumbled the ball. That's why we're getting rid of him. We need to hold people to better standards, to higher standards. Well, then sit Quincy Williams on the bench for the first 2 quarters. That's what I say. Because that mental mistake was a bigger deal. I don't think Quincy. I honestly, if you look at the math, Gibson was on the chopping block anyway. Quincy Williams was not. Why does Quincy Williams feel threatened that, oh, you cut Gibson? Oh, I may be next? No, he doesn't. Even if he's buying into your system, I don't think he feels threatened. But you sit him and don't play him. It hurts the team because he should be out there. And maybe it hurts his pocket because maybe he can't pad his stats the way he wants to. That's how you hold people accountable. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Let's get back to these phone calls. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You could do that and get all our podcasts, whether it's the Unkillable podcast with BT, whether it's the Rico Bronya with the brand new episode is up there as Jacob deGrom returned and did what he did. Jacob deGrom did at Citi Field what he always did. The Mets found a way to lose. That's it. Jacob deGrom pitched well, and the Mets lost. That's what he does. It was his entire career was the same way. He'd pitch well, Mets would lose. And he did that again. This time, though, however, he did it for the opposing team. He pitched for the opposing team. By the way, Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. I can't wait for the UFC to get to Paramount Plus because then I don't have to buy the pay-per-views anymore. I can't wait for that. That is what I am, and that first fight on Paramount Plus is going to give me goosebumps. I could tell my wife, I'm like, honey, we're going to sit down for 6, maybe 7 hours, watch some fights, and I don't have to put down $80 to watch them. Does that sound good to you? And she'll love me because of that. She'll love me because of other things too, but for that particularly, she'll love me that I don't have to spend money or extra money on pay-per-views. All right, 888-808-1019. Tommy is in Astoria. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Hop. What's up, man?
You. What's up?
There's so much to unravel with the Mets. First of all, quick point about Soto. People have to stop saying Soto's overpaid. Of course the guy's overpaid. The guy's is hitting 260. He could be hitting 460. He'd still be overpaid. No one's going to earn that kind of money, man.
Yeah.
We know he's overpaid.
And Tommy, the one thing, too, is you just threw money at him. No, it wasn't like the Mets just said, hey, we're going to give you $800 billion and take it. That was what was going on. Everybody was putting in and bidding on the same thing.
To make. The plan B was never, what was our plan B? Come on. The thing with the whole, I don't want to get into a whole Yankee Met thing with Soto. It's so overblown. But it's not like we signed Soto. They started the whole thing. The minute they traded him, the first thing out of the mouth was, he's going to resign with us. He'll never resign with you. And that's what started. We had a whole season where we had to hear that we were the lowly Mets and we never signed them. That's where it all started. But you know what? Forget that. Look, I'm a diehard Met fan. I'm as depressed as I've ever been. And I got to admit, I don't have the answer. If you would have told me on June 12th this team was going to crash and burn, I would have said there's no way we're going to do this. But let's kind of step aside from these emotional rants and actually look at what's happening here. There's a few things at play. Now, Stearns has to take a lot of fault here. He hasn't brought in 2 years. In 2 years, and even last year, as good as he was last year, his bullpens move were horrendous with guys like Ottavino and who's the lefty? The guy who came in and struck Judge out. Can't think of his name. Diekman.
Jake Diekman.
He made one good match. He brought in Brazelbond stunk last year. He brought in Maton. Maton was good in the regular season. Stanek was good in the playoffs. This year, every bullpen move except for Rogers has been horrendous. Soto's been terrible. Helsley's been terrible. I mean, bringing Stanek back has been a disaster. It's just, I'll give him a little slack with the starting pitching because I think Manaya's hurt. Senga's hurt. Canning, McGill. All right, injuries played a part in it. But here's what it comes down to. This core is just not we've said this, and this is what really galls me. we thought last year this core kind of proved themselves, and it's looking more and more like it's a fluke, man. This core is just not a winning core. You can love Pete all you want, but Pete, Lindor, McNeil, and Nimmo are just not a winning combination. They're just not.
Well,
we brought in one of the best players in baseball to support these guys. And look what they've done in the last 8 games. They've given you nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Tommy, I'm going to give you a little bit of yes and a little bit of no, because I agree that this core, that combination of the core is not good. The Lindor, Alonso, Nimmo, McNeil, that's not a good combination. But I think it's because 2 out of the 4 are overrated. McNeil and Nimmo are very overrated.
I've always stuck up for Nimmo, and I've argued with you about Nimmo, but Nimmo just, oh my God, he just, but what are you going to do? Here's what I think, and I made this point early in the year, that Stearns is in a tough spot because Stearns, what kind of players is Stearns like? He likes athletic, versatile type guys, back-to-ball guys like he drafted with Milwaukee. And he inherits a team with Nimmo, Marte, McNeil, even Vientos, guys who are unathletic, aren't good fielders, and are slow.
Tommy, did you see
turn over the team after last year? They would have killed them.
Tommy, did you see the catch? So the Mets are down 6-0 in the first inning, and to end the inning, it's a pop fly to left field, and Brandon Nimmo almost fell over himself to catch the ball.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. And I was talking to Fleeks a lot, and I told Fleeks this McNeil is center field. It's going to bite us in the butt in a big spot, and sure enough. Now, here's the other thing. You want to kill him for not signing Bader or trading for Bader. It's not that they didn't. I wouldn't have brought Bader back after the way he played down the stretch last year. But you got to do better. And I understand you didn't want to trade for him because they didn't want to give up a top pitching prospect like Philly did. But you got to do better than Jose Siri and Cedric Mullins.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where Stearns has to take a big hit.
But Tommy, you know what, though? Here's the thing, too, is a lot, and I know that people will sit there and kill me and say, oh, you only talk about Harrison Bader because he played in Eastchester. He's just Little League.
No.
So that's what I got from a lot of people. But if you look at his numbers, if you look at moments in his career, he has what he's doing now in Philadelphia, what he did against the Mets, he's actually done this before. He's had moments. Look at him in the playoffs with the Yankees the year before he came to the Mets. I understand that. I understand that he was hurt. The same way that you're sitting there saying that Joe Manaea may be hurt, Harrison Bader was hurt, and he started to sit because Tyrone Taylor was doing better, quote unquote. Even though Tyrone Taylor wasn't doing much better, he was just doing better in David Stern's standard.
Let me tell you something. That's another injury that's gone under the radar because he was starting to hit. Taylor was. I'd love to see Taylor in center field right now, as opposed to these guys that he. It's just. Listen, man. I don't know. As crazy as it sounds, I'm still not totally giving up.
I got to be honest, Tommy. I don't want to tell you what to do, but I'm telling. I read the writing on, and I did it. I don't know if you heard it on WFAN Daily. I do the WFAN Daily every day, and I think it was after Mondays, maybe Tuesdays, but whatever it was, I was breaking down the schedule after the loss, and all of a sudden it was like a eureka moment. I'm like, oh my, we're going to miss the playoffs. The Mets are going to miss the playoffs. Look at the schedule. Look what they got going on. They're going to get swept by the Phillies. Then Jacob deGrom and the Rangers are coming to town. They're fighting for a playoff spot.
I didn't think they were going to get swept. You thought they were going to get swept?
Yeah, totally.
Bad teams go the whole year without getting swept. I mean, it's just that's the thing about the Mets. They have been like a train that goes off the rails.
They've been so bad. Hold on, let's go. Listen, I mean, remember that stretch where they were, and I was trying to justify, and be like, oh, they're not that bad. They're going to get out of it. It's just
they had one good stretch.
They had a bad stretch where they were like 3-14, and I'm like, oh, they're going to find a way out of it. So, no, they've never found a way out of it. They continue to be bad.
Well, I don't know what you do. Since 2021, with this group of players, this is the third manager and the third GM. So you're going to keep turning these guys over. Sooner or later, we have to realize it's this group of players. And look, I don't have the answer. I know it doesn't make sense. I know you love Pete. I love Pete. But you got to make some major moves. I mean, just get rid of McNeil and Nimmo isn't going to cut it. I don't know. I'm going to, with all humility, as much as I love them, I think I know baseball. I don't have the answer. I really don't. I'm totally dumbfounded. This has totally caught me off guard. I don't know what this guy should do. I really don't. I don't know what moves to make.
Well, I'll tell you what he shouldn't do. He shouldn't go out there and be like, we're going to bring in Frankie Montas again. You should not go for any more projects with starting pitching. And I know that he loves them, but you can't do it. You can't experiment. And Tommy, thanks so much for a phone call. You cannot experiment anymore. Like, that is BS. And now you're going to say, well, we have Jonah Tong and Nolan McLean and Brandon Sproat, and those guys are going to be up here next year. Okay, and who are going to be the aces of the staff? We're saying that Nolan McLean's already the ace of the staff. I get the philosophy of that, but, like, what's going on? Like, we're going to sit there and say those guys are going to be reliable all season long too? No, I don't think so. They're young. They got a lot of green on them right now. You know, and I don't really want to sit here and make the plan for the offseason, but I'll tell you right now, like, let's think about this. The one person that consistently puts up numbers of 30-plus home runs every year. Last year was a down year as far as RBIs go, but puts up over 110, 120 RBIs every year. It's Pete Alonso. And you can sit there and be like, oh, well, because he's a power hitter doesn't mean that you got to keep him here because other guys can do the same thing. No, they can't. He's hit the most amount of home runs since he's been in the league. He is the king of home runs. And the story. He's the guy. And you could sit there and say, oh, well, you know, he's not that good. He's not. I'm not saying that he's the best player of all time. I'm not. But he has a talent. He's good enough at first base that you shouldn't be sitting there and complaining the way that people do about his defensive skills. I mean, the Yankees could use Pete Alonso the way that they throw the ball in the dirt. He scoops like no one else. And I know it's ridiculous. What a scooper. But that's the truth. He's a really good defensive player, and nobody wants to give him any credit because, well, our analytics and our WAR and our this and our that say something different. Well, I don't give a crap what you say. How about you watch him? Okay? How about you watch the guy and then get back to me? I'm tired of Pete Alonso being the guy that people pick on and bully because he's goofy. Yeah, all right, so what? It's okay. I don't care that he's goofy. He doesn't have to be stoic. He doesn't have to be a captain, a leader. He doesn't have to have a smile on his face. He can do whatever he wants. Keep on hitting home runs. Keep on driving in RBIs. Again, if this stupid site would ever load, I don't know what's going on here. But in 2019, 53 home runs, 120 RBIs. In 2021, 37 home runs, 94 RBIs. Just missed 100. 2022, 40 home runs, 131 RBI. In 2023, 46 home runs, 118 RBI. Last year, we know it was a down year. He still hit 30 home runs, but the RBI total was 88, so it was low. And my computer froze, so now I don't even know what this year's exact numbers are. But what has he got? 37 home runs? 36? 33? No, he's got 33 home runs and how many RBIs? 115?
He has 114.
114. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. 33 and 114 right now. Oh, he's not good enough. But we want Brandon Nimmo to be that. That's what the Mets want. I just want everyone to realize this. Does anybody realize that Brandon Nimmo, the New York Mets think is Pete Alonso? That's what they think. They want Brandon Nimmo to put up numbers like Pete Alonso. The problem is he can't do that. He's not a 30-home hitter. He doesn't drive in 100 RBIs in a year. He doesn't drive in 90 RBIs in a year. He doesn't do it. But that's what the Mets have wanted him to be. So why don't you keep the guy that can do it and trade the guy that can't do it? And if you want to compare who plays a better left field or better first base, I'm sorry, Pete Alonso saves a lot more runs at first base than what Brandon Nimmo does in left field. And this is not supposed to be pick on Brandon Nimmo day. But if you're sitting there going, I don't know how you bring Pete Alonso back, If Brandon Nimmo is on this team and Pete Alonso's not, they've already failed. 888-808-1019. Austin is in Tom's River. What's up, Austin?
Yo, what's going on, Hoff? How's it going?
I'm good, man. I'm just hanging in there, just celebrating another Mets loss.
Oh, my God, dude. It's so frustrating, and I apologize. I'm feeding my newborn baby right now, so if you hear some sounds, that's her. But
how old?
She is just a month today.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah.
Now,
Thank you.
Austin, give me the moment when you woke up for the first time and you found a baby in your arm like at 3 a.m. And you're like, what the heck is going on?
Every night. I do the night shift, so I let my wife sleep, and she gets the morning. So
well, good for you. Good,
Thank you.
You're the man, and dude, enjoy it because it just flies by. But I remember the first time that when the first time I woke up and my wife basically like I'm in a dead sleep and I'm sitting up and all of a sudden like I open my eyes and there's a kid in my hand. I'm like, oh my God, this is happening right now. This is what's going on, and you just comes out of nowhere. But dude, it's a lot of memories. I'll tell you that much.
No, it's been amazing, and but I appreciate that. But I wanted to talk about. So this is actually my first year being a Mets fan. I played. Right? Yeah, I know it's pretty funny, right?
Yeah.
So I played baseball for 10 years. Never had a team. Just
Where
didn't
did you play ball?
I played ball in Ocean County, New Jersey. And did some tournaments down, went to Rehoboth Beach and stuff, but
never
played
had
for a while.
And never had a team?
No, I played New Jersey.
No, I know, but you never had a team like you that you rooted for.
Because I'm the type of guy that when I watch sports, I want to get completely involved and watch every single game. And baseball is just such a long season.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah. So my schedule for work, I work from home, actually allowed me to watch a bunch of games, and everybody I know is a Mets fan. So I was like, all right, I'll become a Mets fan. So the thing I got to say is the thing that's the most frustrating about this team is not the fact that we're in the situation that we're in. It's the level of inconsistency, the polar opposite, right? So go back to the beginning of the year. Our pitching staff was great, right? We have one of the best ERAs in the MLB, but, we weren't the best with the bats. I mean, it's not like we were putting up 10 runs every single game, and then you flip it to the total opposite side, and then it's, the pitching can't save our lives, but yet, I'm talking, a few weeks ago, past month, we're putting up 8 runs, have some of the best,
they were just ripping them.
How do we go from having, it's either we're the top team hitting wise or we're the bottom team? Why is there no in between with this team?
Well,
it's the same thing with the whole team. I just don't understand.
Let me explain the pitching part of it, Austin. You should know too, because the way they started the season, and you're right, everybody is right in the fact that it was amazing to see the pitching staff do so well. And the numbers were really good. And we were like, wow, this is amazing. It's working again. Oh, hello there. What's your name? Austin?
Her name's Luna.
Luna. Hello, Luna. Hi, kiddo. But it was amazing to see how good they were. But the problem is it was kind of like fool's gold because you were in pitching well. They again kept the innings very low, and they kind of were monitoring the whole time. Like Griffin Canning, they really wouldn't push past the 5th inning or get them even into the 5th inning if they felt like it wasn't warranted, and they didn't want to. The games they tried to, he'd get blown up. So they really prevented that from happening. Same with Clay Holmes. Same with everybody. Yeah. But what was happening? It was like a facade. In doing that, yes, you're keeping the ERA down and you're keeping the runs down, but now you're starting to just put wear and tear on your bullpen. And though they were effective as well, eventually that caught up because while you're pitching, and you should know this, while you're pitching a guy every 5th day, he's only going 4 innings, maybe 75 to 80 pitches, but yet you're getting somebody up every day, maybe every 2 days, maybe 3 times in 4 days. These guys are pitching crazy amounts of innings. Yeah. You're burning them out. So then all of a sudden it just flipped out of nowhere. The bullpen was done. And on top of that, eventually people started to figure out the pitching. So it was like a little bit. And funny enough, Griffin Canning going down was like the change of everything.
Yeah, it was. And, if I'm not mistaken, he was somebody we weren't expecting to pitch so well. Is that correct? Going into the season?
Yeah, he's typically like an ERA of like 5, high 4s, low 5s. Like he's not a great pitcher by any means, but he's a journeyman. He's been around. So the fact that he was pitching so well was like, okay. But if you notice too, his last couple starts were starting to, his numbers were getting inflated as well. So, I mean, he might have started losing it too.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's just, watching this team, and again, this is my first, like I said, this is my first year rooting for a baseball team, and I've watched damn near every single game, and I've sat through, I mean, it's only been the past couple of games that I've actually turned TV off. So, like, because I played baseball for a long time. I love the game. Yes. I like watching. I like seeing what the team does even when they're losing. I like seeing what they do when they're winning. I just like watching baseball. But it's just so frustrating because, like I said, like there's just no in between. Which we obviously have the talent, right? And I know every team probably says, every fan of every team says, oh, if we just play good enough, we can win any game. But you see it in the games that we've played. There's been games where you go, and there's been spans where you go, holy shit. Or, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, you can't curse. Hold on. I think I had to dump you there. Can we put Austin back up and finish the sentence, but don't curse.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
So, there's been weeks where we go, wow, this is crazy. I can't believe, they're playing this well. I can't believe we're beating the teams we're beating. The Phillies come to Citi Field and we sweep them. We go to the Tigers. We beat 2 out of 3. We play these teams and we kill them. And then all of a sudden it's like just it switches out of nowhere. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no slow, like, it slowly goes down. You start to see less and less runs, and you start to see us get more runs. No, it's like we're either scoring 10 runs and giving up 3 runs, or we're giving up 10 runs and scoring 3 runs.
It doesn't make sense. It is very... So, and it's something that the Mets do very special. And Austin, thank you so much for a phone call, and have fun with Luna. She sounds awesome. But yeah, this year in particular, it's been egregious. They are all or nothing. They go inning by. They have big explosive innings, and then they go cold for the rest of the game, and it's very annoying. I'm not really sure what the reasoning is for that. It could be because they're just kind of floating until they get to the playoffs and trying to turn it on there. But the problem is they're going to miss the playoffs. And that is a problem. Steve is in Rockland. Steve, what's going on?
Well, I think that was very generous of you to let him finish his phone call after that. Even though it is early in the morning and there aren't a lot of people, there may not be a whole hell of a lot of people listening. Anyway,
he had a baby in his hand. So I think that was just a Freudian. It was a slip. I get it. We dumped it. I hope we dumped it. I tried to dump it.
Okay. And that I don't want to digress too much. First of all, with the Jets, okay, the Jets, the word that you wanted to use was cohesive. When the Jets had the ball, it looked like all 11 guys were choreographed in a way that was complementary to each one of them, exactly the way they looked at it, not only in practice, but in the room when they're studying. I mean, that's number one. And the Giants looked exactly like they did, except there was no Daniel Jones. It was the same
no, he was too busy going off in Indy. He was too busy going off with the Colts.
The Giants, and I'm not saying that the Giants weren't right to move on. That's not what I'm saying. That's on the coach. That's a comment on the coach. It's not the comment on anyone else. And I'll tell you something. Unfortunately for me, a lot of times I'm listening on the radio for various reasons. And Carl Banks repeatedly was commenting on how height challenged Russell Wilson was a lot of the time, that he can't see the field.
Yeah.
Not from the pocket. It's collapsing on him. I thought that was a very that was a very shrewd thing. You said, that was a very funny thing that you said before about Jacob deGrom pitching well and the Mets losing. Except
I mean, that's how it goes. It's that was his whole career with the Mets. He'd pitch well, the Mets would lose, and it happened again.
And the guys were talking about it tonight too. And this is, for me, I'm not paying extra money for Apple Plus or any of that stuff. I'm certainly not giving Bezos any money. All right.
Okay.
I'm not doing any of that crap. So, tonight the Mets had my full and undivided attention. And here's what I think. Somehow the Mets are beating themselves. And the Mets have to decide if they're the team that can score 80 runs in 1 week or 8. And I don't get it. And what you said, listen, I'm a Yankee fan. I had my fingers crossed that the Yankees starting first baseman was going to be Pete Alonso, and pitchers were going to have to go through Alonso, Judge, and Stanton. I had my fingers crossed. You have no idea, all right? And I was very upset when the owner interceded. And I'm gonna go further with that point. You know what? The only way you get a lot of times the only way to get a certain type of player is to overpay in some way.
Yeah.
Look, the Yankees did not want to give Max Fried whatever the extra. They didn't want to give him 8 years. They didn't want to give Cole 9 years. All right, but they did for certain players, and I have to believe that the owner is going to go to him and say to him, "Look, we have to have one of those types of guys. We need a Crochet." And that is what right now the Mets are missing. And how's this for a question for you? Do you think it's time to send Tong back, to maybe work on his thing a little and bring Senga back up since he's been fine-tuning his stuff? All right? Because they have to do something, and it's going to make me look bad,
Steve.
Because I'm the guy who's been saying that the Mets are a lock to make the playoffs.
Well, I've been saying the same thing too, Steve. That's both of us. And thank you so much for our phone call. I don't think you send Tong down. There's not enough season left to do that. I don't think that there's no reason for that. And I think that you're going to need the arm maybe in the bullpen. So you could bring Senga in. I'd get rid of one of the bullpen arms. Like Brazaban, I know pitched well yesterday when he did come in, besides that little mishap with him and Pete Alonso. But you can get rid of him. You can get rid of basically anybody not named Edwin Diaz at this point in time. If you DFA'd Ryan Helsley, what would it make a difference? I mean, he's useless for you right now. He really, truly is. All right, 888-808-1019. We'll get back to your phone calls. We'll get back to the Mets conversation, the Jets conversation. We really haven't touched on the Giants so much, so we'll get into that coming up next on The Fan. And we haven't touched on the Yankees much at all. So we will get on to as they extended their lead over the Red Sox. How about that? We'll get into that and more. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on The Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo, takes over. The Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black is 2 weeks away, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem, hands down, have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. And I mean, you can wear it all day, all night. It's beautiful. And here's the cool part. Everything features the official 2025 Ryder Cup patch, so you'll look sharp when you're cheering on Team USA on and off the course. These styles are selling fast, so don't wait until the opening tee shot. Shop the official 2025 Ryder Cup collection today. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life.
The Yankees took the first game in Boston last night, and now the Bronx Bombers are looking to take game 2, 4:10 today, driven by Jeep.
Center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play. The home of Yankees baseball is The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hi, former New York Giant Leonard Marshall here. Please join me at the Alzheimer's Foundation of America Family Fun Day on September 27th. Bring your family to AFA's Barbara Rabinowitz Educational Resource Center in Amityville for a fun-filled day of intergenerational activities and celebration of Grandparents Appreciation Month. Learn more and register at AFA's September 27th Family Fun Day by visiting afalongisland.org or calling 631-223-4000.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Pete off with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. And now the Giants are traveling out to Dallas for tomorrow's game at 1 o'clock. And there was a lot of negatives in that first game. Everyone said it reminiscent of last year, and you can't deny it. It was a terrible game. It was slow. The offense looked slow. The offense couldn't. The fact that the offense couldn't put up a touchdown when they had 7 plays in a row, basically at goal line, on the one, basically. It was terrible. People kept on dropping passes, whether it was Theo Johnson, was Malik Neighbors, and it was offensively a bad performance. Defensively speaking, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't great. It was so-so. Like, they gave up 3 touchdowns, and it's like, when you think about what they could have given up, 3 touchdowns, you'll take it. Offense didn't help them out, so it wasn't like they were playing for themselves, basically, because the offense, after that first touchdown, basically the game was over. So what were the Giants defense playing for? It's basically pride. Now, which is fine. That's how basically it goes these days, is that it feels like it's a split. The offense does their thing, the defense does their thing. Now, the difference, though, is though the defense might have been a little successful, they got lucky. Because it could have been a lot worse. And it also could have been a lot better, too. Because there was also a ton of opportunities for the defense. The Commanders were trying to basically put themselves out of position every single drive. The amount of penalties that they were called for, the amount of times that they were second and long, third and long, whatever it is, but the Giants would just continue to give up chunk plays. Every time it looked like the Commanders were backed into a corner, the Giants would just let them get a first down or give them chunk plays to be able to give them easier access to a first down. And it was just too consistent. And if the defense could have stopped them a few times, maybe that would have led to maybe more offense. Maybe it would have led to more production from the Giants, but you never had that opportunity to see it. But both sides of the ball were not perfect by any means. We're not even close to. And the offense, it's got to pick it up. Like, if the Giants continue to play that style where they're not scoring, where they're not putting up points, it's going to be a long season. And I just don't know. Is Russell Wilson going to be able to play the whole season? Are they going to want him to play the whole season? Is Jackson Dart going to get in? Do you want Jackson Dart to get in, though, to a situation where the ball's not moving and he's getting crushed? The comment before was from one of our last callers was talking about how, I think it was Stephen Kingston, was saying Carl Banks had made a point about how Russ is having problems seeing over the line. Yeah, he did. He made that point many of times. And that's an issue. Is Dart going to have that same issue? Is he not going to be able to see over the line? Is he going to have problems too? I think Dart's taller than Russ, but regardless, if there's an issue of vision, I don't want to have a young kid in there that's going to have problems seeing above these guys and get hit hard because you can't release the ball quick enough. And we saw that in the preseason. The first preseason game with Jackson Dart was unscathed. It was almost perfect. And then the second one where he had more time, we saw him, on a scramble, get hit hard because he chose not to slide. Hopefully he'll learn his lesson from that. But prior to that, if I'm correct, there was a play where he could have gone downfield with it, but chose not to throw the ball, made a move and kind of, spun around his offensive lineman and then got sacked and took a hit and got sacked. And he held onto the ball too long. And it was that simple. But, was that one of those things okay, I learned my lesson. I'm not going to do that ever again. Excuse me. Do that ever again. Or is that one of those things where it's he was trying to make a play, was trying to look for the next read, and in doing so, he put himself in the line of fire with the defense. That could happen a lot. And you don't want to have your young kid get hit. I don't ever want another Sam Darnold ever again. Like that we can't have. Because this town was ready for Sam Darnold to be the next Joe Namath, and he turned into the next, Mark Sanchez, Geno Smith, you name it, he was who he was. I mean, Mark Sanchez actually, sorry, that's a knock on Mark Sanchez because Mark Sanchez took, the Jets to 2 AFC championship games. So I apologize to Mark for that. But Sam Darnold was in and out because he just was not, he got frazzled. He got hit too much too early, saw a ghost, and that was his career with the Giants, and with the Jets, and basically had to go and leave to become a decent quarterback. 888-808-1019. Paul is in Buffalo. Paul, what's up?
Hey, Huff. I'll tell you, my heart goes out to Jets fans because I'm a Buffalo Sabre fan, and they might as well be the New York Jets on ice. I've seen Jack Eichel go through. I've seen Sam Reinhart come through. I've seen Ryan O'Reilly come through. There's 4 Stanley Cups between the 3 of those guys since they left the Buffalo Sabres. It's
Paul,
it's crushing.
why did Eichel leave? Explain to me that. I can't remember what was the purpose of that.
All right, with Jack, I mean, it's a long story, Huff. The bridge was burnt with Jack before he had to have his neck surgery. He demanded a trade the year before the injury because Jack was sick of it. He saw what the organization was. Jack came in, started playing as an 18-year-old, and they put the C on him. I mean, you're in a room with guys like Zach Bogosian, Evander Kane, and you're going to put a captaincy on an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, that's...
Those guys brought things into the locker room that shouldn't be there. Jack Eichel and Sam Reinhart were teenagers at the time, couldn't deal with it. Ryan O'Reilly famously says, I have lost my love for hockey before he goes. And then he goes on to wins the Conn Smythe for the St. Louis Blues and, Stanley Cup MVP. It's unbelievable. The Buffalo Sabres and the New York Jets, they are so parallel, these two franchises. It's ridiculous.
That's terrible. Sorry to hear that, but yes.
No, I mean, it is. Thank God I'm a Yankee fan because it balances me. And let me tell you about my team, Hoff. The captain is hot. The captain is hot right when he needs to be because Giancarlo cooled down a little bit. Giancarlo had a hit and a walk last night. I think he might be coming around a little bit.
I'm not worried about G. I'm not worried about him at all because at the end of the day, when the playoffs step up, he steps up, So it's all
he's
good.
like a light switch on October 1st. He really is.
Yeah, he really is. And listen, I think that the Yankees offensively, what it comes down to, and by the way, we haven't touched on it really at all. Tariq Skubal left early in his Detroit start. So that is the biggest bugaboo for the Yankees going into the playoffs is what starting pitchers are they going to face? Are they going to be facing real aces? Or are they going to be going up against, like when they faced Flaherty and Casey Mize the other day, they couldn't really hit him. But then you get a bullpen game on Thursday, and they just completely demolished the bullpen. I'm not saying the Yankees went off yesterday totally on who was starting yesterday, Giolito, but they were able to do. Judge was able to do what he does, And how many? By the way, how many?
Who else too? Jazz Chisholm's 2 hits, and you got the full Jazz Chisholm yesterday.
I love
you got the boneheaded
Jazz.
third base steal. You have the brilliant diving play at second. You get a couple good stolen bases and 2 hits. Jazz is a pure athlete. I love having him on the team. Do I wish he was more buttoned up like Chase Utley? Sure, everybody does. But he's Jazz Chisholm, and we just got to accept him for who he is.
You know what? I wish that Yankee fans could have done that for Gleyber Torres. Because I think he could have been an asset to this team still.
Well, I blame 100% the analytics department who took 2 years of that kid's career by forcing him to second base and screwing his head up, or to shortstop and screwing his head up.
Yep. Yeah, no,
and that killed the
true.
fans too.
Oh, well, yeah. But also, what also killed the fans, Paul, was the fact that they didn't like his style of play. It was too lackadaisical. But if you look at, and again, this is still
38 home runs 1 year off. 38.
No, I know, but but the problem is that he didn't do that again. So that was part of the problem. Is like if he did that again, it'd be different. He never was able to do 38 home runs again. But what he can do is he can hit for average. He can be a 20 plus home run hitter at second base. That's good. But the lackadaisical plays, him and Stroman a couple of years ago wasn't perfect. But he was the scapegoat to everything that was wrong with the Yankees. But the funny thing is he left and everyone still stayed the same. Like Giancarlo Stanton doesn't run. There's still the fundamentals weren't there on the base paths. Second, the defense is still bad. So like everything that was blamed for Gleyber Torres is still there with this Yankee team. So maybe it wasn't Gleyber Torres. Maybe that's just how the Yankees play.
That's an interesting point. I think many fans have just gotten beaten down by the boneheaded play. And we've also come to realize year after year, seeing other teams come in. A lot of teams in baseball play sloppy.
Yeah.
There are very few buttoned-up teams, Hoff. There really are.
Well, Paul,
the Blue Jays are one. They're buttoned up.
Right, but you know what? Part of it is, too, and it's just weird because I was having this conversation with somebody the other day about how nowadays you have to play every position. There's not just one position. You don't get called up, and you're not just a center fielder. You're center fielder, second baseman, third baseman, left fielder, right fielder.
You know what? That's right. That's correct.
And because of that, I don't think they're like you see Ben Rice play at first base.
I wanted to bring him up. Pete Alonso would not have missed that ball. That should not have been an error on Caballero.
I mean, the amount of errors on even Volpe would be minimized by half because
probably 5 or 6 at least. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, Ben Rice is not a first baseman, but he's also not a catcher either. So what the heck is he? I know he's a hitter.
He's a great hitter.
Yeah, I got that. We got that part. But what position is he supposed to play? I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
There's no position called babyface assassin. That's what he is. Really, kid looks like he's 18.
He really does. But you know what? I mean, listen, it doesn't make a difference what you look like as long as you're hitting the ball. That's all that matters to me. You don't have to look like Aaron Judge. You can look like a little baby face.
Let me do a little football on this game. I'm not the hugest Bills fan in the world, but I think Ed Oliver's not going to play. That's a big deal. He had his coming out party last week, and for whatever reason, every great quarterback has a team. Josh does not play his best game against the Jets. I don't know why. Maybe he takes them lightly, whatever it is. For some reason, Josh never has his best game. At least once a year in the 2 games, he has one bad one.
Yeah, but I just don't see when you saw the defense last week and how Aaron Rodgers basically was able to rip through them, and then you watched how Josh Allen just ripped through the Baltimore defense. You're telling me that he's going to struggle against the Jets defense?
Only because I've seen him just kind of play drunk against the Jets.
It's kind of what the Mets have done all season. They've played down to their opposition, and that caused them to lose games.
Hoff, the Mets. 2 guys I want. We can fix a problem right here. We can get rid of the ethnicity problem on the Mets that there's rumors about. Anthony Volpe for Francisco Lindor. Whatever else we got to do to make the trade work.
No. What I would do, though, is I'll make a trade for Stanton. I'll take him off your hands, whatever you want. I'll make a Brett Beatty. You want Vientos?
Stanton is going to go to Monument Park someday. When he's a World Series MVP instead of just an ALCS MVP for the Yankees, he's going to go to Monument Park someday.
Think about that because this man was booed, was shamed because the Yankees traded for Stanton. You couldn't get Bryce Harper. You couldn't get this guy. You couldn't get that guy. And, I mean, all the negativity that fans complained about Stanton. But at the end of the day, he shows up. Yes, he might not be the most graceful in right field or left field, but he is a pure power hitter. He's a joy to watch. And he's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and the thing is, he has to use his legs so little at the plate. He has so much upper body strength.
I know.
Who knows how long that swing can stay?
I know.
I mean, he might have 5 years left of, 40 home run power.
That's what I'm saying. There's a possibility. I know he's going to hit 500 home runs. I know that. He may hit 600. There's a possibility.
That's the thing, yeah. If he's got 5 years left of power, he will hit 600.
And I love him. And Paul,
and that's a legit 600.
Oh my God! When's the last time he had a little short porch home run? I don't think ever. I don't think ever.
No one hits him like Big G. Hoff, have a great night.
Paul, you take care, man. Thanks so much for the phone call. 888-808-1019. We got one more hour to go on the Fan. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe B takes over. But now it's an update time. Marco Belletti.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. An important series at Fenway with Aaron Judge able to set the tone.
A one pitch swung on a high fly ball. Deep to center field, and that ball on cue is out of the ballpark. Out of the ballpark on the Lansdowne, 1-0. Yankees as Aaron Judge cranks home run number 47.
Moving him past Joe DiMaggio for 4th place on the Yankees all-time list as the Bombers finished off the Red Sox 4-1. Dave Sims, the call right here on the Fan. Luis Gil did not allow a hit over 6 scoreless. David Bednar able to shut the door. Blue Jays won, so the Yankees remain 3 back, but now 2 up in the loss column on the Red Sox for the top wild card. Meanwhile, the Mets struggles continued. Jonah Tong rocked 6 runs in just 2/3 of an inning as the Rangers dominated the Mets 8-3.
Keep your head up, keep going. There's no other way around it. Just flush that one off and just keep moving forward.
Meanwhile, Jacob deGrom gave up 3 runs over 7, his 12th win, and a triumphant return to Citi Field, along with a video tribute before the game.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like I said before, this is where it all started. And then coming back here, I thought it was going to be a very special day. So thankful to the Mets for playing that. And, like I said, these fans were great to me when I was here. And, that was a really nice thing to do.
7 straight losses for the Mets, 31-48 since June 13th. Wild card lead down to a half game on the Giants, 1.5 on the Reds. 65 degrees, clear skies, Central Park, that's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Our friends over at Flag and Anthem have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. Shop the official Ryder Cup collection today. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
We're always talking New York sports on the Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
12. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Pete Hoff with you on the Fan for another 50 or so minutes until Joe B takes over. We didn't really touch on the Yankees that much because they were successful last night. They had a good win. They looked great. Luis Gil looked great. Had a no-hitter going on for a while, got pulled. Fernando Cruz gave up that no-hitter and the shutout on a home run. But, I mean, that was the only blemish. Aaron Judge is hot again, which is really good to see. And the Volpe situation is really the one thing. And that's the one thing that confuses me more than anything else is the Anthony Volpe situation, because I don't think the Yankees are trying to use that as a crutch to explain why he's not performing that well. I really don't think so. I just think that they totally botched it again. I think that they just completely botched another injury like they did with Anthony Rizzo. And to me, that's unacceptable. This is very reminiscent of the Mets with all of their injuries back in the day when, it felt like someone would get hurt and wouldn't really everything's fine, don't worry about it. And the next thing you know, it's like 2 months and they haven't returned. Everyone's like, where are they? Whether it's Carlos Beltran's issues, whether it was Ryan Church with his concussion, Jason Bay. You go through the laundry list of injuries for a long time, and it just felt like there was players that were not returning, but they were supposed to be okay. That's what we were told. Now, this is a little different because the Rizzo one, I knew from the get-go. I've seen enough knockouts in professional sports, in MMA, in fighting and boxing and whatnot. So I've seen enough knockouts that when someone's kind of knocked out. And Rizzo looked pretty concussed to me, but they didn't do anything about it. And that was partly due because Aaron Judge was hurt. So you had Judge hurt, and Rizzo felt like I think he needed to be in and play and be the team captain while Judge was hurt. So if you look back, it was funny when he eventually went on the IL, it was when Judge was returning. Then you had Aaron Judge this year. Think about this. Aaron Judge was hurt in a game in Toronto. Now, I don't know if there was an injury that was prior to that led to that forearm injury that could have been like a UCL injury. Regardless, it looked like he got hurt in Toronto. And it took him a week to basically be like, oh, he's hurt. And you saw him in the outfield, and he was lollipopping balls to the infield. And you go, yeah, that doesn't look right. And then finally they admitted that he had some sort of strain that he, could have led to a UCL if they didn't work on this now and try to fix this now. So, okay, fine. I mean, that was a little quicker than the Rizzo and much quicker than the Volpe. But again, it's two injuries where you know that Judge is hurt. You knew that Rizzo was banged up, I think. And the Volpe one was even more obvious. Laying on the floor for 20 minutes or whatever it is and convincing everyone that he's to stay in. I know his shoulder popped. He said he convinced everyone he's fine. It wasn't his throwing arm. So, okay, you think you should be able to get away with that. But the fact that he's been playing since May with an injury like that, it makes you think, like, what's going on here? Who's protecting these players? Because that's part of it, right? Like, honestly, and I get it. If I have a job, which I do, I don't want anybody taking it over. I want to keep this job. So I don't want anybody coming in and taking my job. Same thing with Volpe. And that's more high profile. That's, shortstop for the New York Yankees. You want that job. That's yours. That's your baby. You don't want anybody else doing that. You don't want Caballero playing that position. But who's protecting the team? Who's protecting the players from themselves? If he's hurt, he's not benefiting the team. If the team is losing and he's continuing to throw errors and bat terrible and all this stuff, and it's because of that, that's a problem. And you need to get that fixed. And for the team, don't be selfish. Don't go out there and be like, I got to play because I don't want to lose my spot. And I think he thinks it's better for him to be on, Anthony Volpe to be on the field because it's for him. It's not for the team. The team is better off with a better defensive player who could field the ball and not throw it away. But again, I still don't know how that has to do with his left shoulder when he's throwing with his right. I could understand that maybe some of the defensive plays aren't so smooth. That maybe he's making an error because he's focusing on his shoulder too much. Maybe he makes it. He walks around. He gets a little pain, and it kind of distracts him in certain moments. I can understand that, but still, it's those throws. You bury the ball all the time on some easy throws. And I don't know how the Yankees didn't put 2 and 2 together, why it took so long. And it's something they have to start to look at because they can't continue to misdiagnose players. They can't do it. They need to do a better job. But again, I don't know if that's the reason for Volpe's bad numbers again this year. That could just be an excuse. I personally think that there is an effect for some of it, but he still hit his home runs. He still hit numbers that he would normally hit, and that's the thing. That's the sad thing. Anthony Volpe is not, I think at the end of the day, Anthony Volpe is not who the Yankee fan or anybody else wants him to be. He is not this can't-miss prospect, can't-miss shortstop that's going to take over the world. I mean, last year, and I said this the other day, like last year, he was batting about 289, 290 or whatever it was, maybe 297 even. The first month or two of the season, his OPS was above 800, which is something that he rarely does. I forgot how many home runs he had last year at that point in time, but maybe he had 6 or 7, which was, he only had 12 last year. So 6 or 7, that's half or more of it, more than half of his home runs. And he finished the season last year. Now the batting average is better, 243, but the OPS was the lowest it's been, 657. 12 home runs, 60 RBIs. There was no shoulder issue there last year. Was there? What was the problem then? So that's what I'm saying. In baseball today, and a guy that has a torn labrum hit 19 home runs. So he's able to hit home runs. So, clearly there's still power there, right? It's just an odd way to throw a distraction out there for no reason. I think at the end of the day, Anthony Volpe is who he is. He's a baseball player in 2025 who can hit close to 20 home runs. That's basically, I think most ball players can hit between 10 and 15 home runs in the season. This year, he's closer to 20. Last year, he had 12. I think that's fine. I think that's what the average is. I got to look at it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the average. In a year where you have multiple guys hitting 50 home runs, I think that most people can hit the ball out of the ballpark and do it and not have a good batting average and do it and not have a good OPS. I think that's a thing. So I'm not giving a pass to Volpe, not making excuses for Volpe, just saying his numbers are what they are. They're not much different than what they've been, even with this quote-unquote injury. So maybe he just is a 661 OPS guy, a guy who bats about 200. So far, he's batted 209. Last year was 243, which is good, and back down to 206. Maybe that's what he is. Maybe he's a 221 batting average guy. Maybe he doesn't walk a lot, doesn't get on base a lot. And maybe he's just a guy that is not sound at shortstop. It's a possibility. But with that knowledge, are you keeping him? Is he your best option at shortstop? I would think that there's better options. But the Yankees seem like, nope, he's numero uno. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phone calls. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. 888-808-1019. You can always follow me at Hoff WFAN. Dominic is in North Carolina. What's up, Dominic?
Yeah, Hoff. You realize both of Volpe's parents are doctors.
Hold on a second. Let's stop right there. You know who you are. I know who you are.
Yeah.
Why don't you nailed it? You nailed your bit a month ago. You're gonna ruin it now?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're alluding to, sir.
Okay.
It's not a prank. I'm telling you the truth. Both of Volpe's parents are doctors.
Okay. No, okay. I thought I caught Mr. Buchanan. I thought you sounded like the Buchanan caller.
No.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I honestly don't.
Okay.
I will tell you.
Okay, go for it.
I'll tell you the reason. Well, it's interesting. The reason I thought you knew who I am is I actually called you in the middle of having a heart attack. I was lying on a stretcher in a hospital, and I was listening to you because it wasn't an acute M. Well, it was like a small Emma.
That was you.
I called you. That's why
you told me that.
Yeah,
yes.
it's a couple of years ago. Yeah. That's why I thought. That's why.
No, I honestly, Dominic, I got to be honest. They're just a long story short. Caller calls up. He's been calling for years. He does a Buchanan bit where out of nowhere he'll start something and then all of a sudden go Buchanan, go. It's really awful and terrible, and it's not funny.
I will say.
And I thought you sounded like him, and I thought I caught him before he was able to get to it. That's why I stopped you. But you sound like him a little bit. I thought I one-upped him.
Since we're talking about that, what is that what I'm fascinated by that. What the heck is that due to the Buchanan presidential campaign from many years ago? Is that
what was his first name? What was the
Pat Buchanan?
Yes,
is that what
Pat,
that's about?
exactly. Pat Buchanan. Exactly.
Why would you call a radio station and prank for something that nobody understands? I don't understand.
Dominic, you know what? That is a great question. And he's been doing it for decades. How long ago was Pat Buchanan?
90s, right?
Yeah.
2000s. Now he's amazing.
We're talking about
his 90s. He was against George H.W. Bush.
Right, so we're talking about 30-something years. And he's been doing it. I'm sorry, Dominic. I apologize because I did think that you were.
No, it's okay. But I thought you did remember me once because I.
Well, once you told me the story, yeah.
Heart attack.
Well, but not many people called me and tell me that they were listening to me in the hospital. So I mean, I did appreciate that. Now, Dom, first of all, how are you feeling, buddy?
I'm doing great now. But I just wanted to say, Volpe's parents are both doctors.
Yes, and
one guy's a urologist, the mother's an anesthesiologist. I don't think that he got anything less than fabulous medical care. I think more likely, as is the case in medicine most of the time, my being a doc myself, there's a difference of opinion on the best way to handle X. And he chose.
Hold on a second, Doc, because I understand that there's second opinions all the time and all that stuff, and now he's getting cortisone shots and stuff like that. But if you say, for example, like the Rizzo injury was more, to me, a little bit more disturbing because that was a head injury, and you saw the initial reaction. You saw him kind of, get all wobbly legged and stuff like that. And did he not? I mean, you don't know the answer. That's fine because you weren't in the clubhouse. But like,
right. You don't have the information.
Right. You think you'd go through a protocol to get checked, which is what they do with football. They go through the blue tent. You have to get checked for concussion. But like at some point in time, you must be showing symptoms at other points if you've been concussed for 2 months and there's been issues and Anthony Rizzo after that concussion was terrible. He could not hit the ball. There was literally something wrong with him and everybody knew it. They just couldn't pinpoint it, and all of a sudden it's a concussion. So if you see that he's not doing what he normally does on the field, wouldn't you circle that and go hey, maybe that's a problem? Same thing with Aaron Judge. Everybody knew that Aaron Judge lollipopped that ball from the outfield. Everybody in the world who was watching that broadcast watched him as he gripped his hand and winced when he gripped his hand and tightened it up. Everybody knew that there was something wrong with him. And it took a week and change for them to be all right, we got to put him on the IL. Don't you think that by that point in time, they would have established hey, we can't have him go back out there, that clearly there's something wrong, whether he's going to admit to it or not?
Well, what I would respond is two different injuries. Let's talk about Judge first. It's conceivable and probably likely that they made that diagnosis up front, but they thought he could perhaps play through it. And you need data. You can't just pronounce things. You have to see how it goes. And they probably saw how it went, and then they decided that their risk of progression was too high, so they IL'd him. Now with Rizzo, you wouldn't do something like that with a concussion if you can make a diagnosis up front. But it's not as easy to diagnose a concussion as you might think. And sometimes the initial imaging is normal, and you just have to follow people over time. Now, you might be right in that, you can also affect outcome by hoping for the one you want.
Yeah.
And, there may have been an element of that with the Yankees, but I would also just caution everybody, medicine is not as cut and dried as we would have it be. And
I always thought it was black or white. It's either you hurt or you're not.
It's a little bit more complicated than that. And, I think probably Volpe knew he was injured, and it being his non-throwing arm, he wanted to play through it. And I'm sure there were plenty of doctors who said, well, you can't hurt it any further, so play through it. And that's probably how it went, and now he's feeling the effects of that. I mean, I think that's more likely. I think you're probably right in that he did that because he didn't want to lose his job.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I mean, Volpe's major sin is that he was billed as being Bobby Witt and he's not Bobby Witt. And, they're never going to forgive him for that. And I think it's more likely what you said. He is what he is. Parcells, the numbers don't lie. You have a long enough body of work here to know what Volpe is. Now, I will say this: on a team with Judge and Stanton and all these other guys, if he was giving you defense, you can live with what he hits.
Right.
I mean, if the fans would let him, if the fans would agree to that. But I think the more likely situation is that Anthony Volpe is not what he was built to be.
No,
and the fans will never forgive him.
And here's the thing too is, and still we have to remember this too, Doc. Do you mind if I call you Doc?
No, I don't care. People do.
All right. Doc, he's 24 years old. That's the other thing. Like Jonah Tong just got lit up yesterday with the Mets. He's 22 years old. It's the second start in baseball. He's 22 years old. Volpe, now, mind you, he's played, this is his third year. He's played 159 games, 160 games, and now 141 games. He's played 3 full seasons, basically, in the majors. So even though he's only 24, he's got a lot of playing time. He's not a veteran yet, but he's getting there. That being said, though, he's still young. There's still growth. We're talking about Juan Soto, who is 26 years old right now, and I think it was either Gary, or not Gary, it was either Keith Hernandez or Ron Darling who said, he's not in his prime yet. Prime isn't baseball prime is a couple years away, between 27 and 33 or whatever it is, or 28 and 34, whatever the case is. He's not there yet, and he's still so good. Volpe, maybe he still needs a little bit more growth. Not everyone's built the same. Just because you want a 22-year-old to come up and be Bobby Witt Jr. doesn't mean he's going to be that. Maybe he can be that in 3 years from now, and that be his prime. No?
Well, I think there's room for growth. I don't think he's ever going to be Bobby Witt Jr. I think that's, a lot of that is that the Yankees and the Mets, my team, they hype their prospects in order to inflate their trade value, and that gets amplified
and then they never trade them.
Media.
And then they never trade them. Spencer Jones.
Don't even get you started on that. That's what baseball's become. They hoard prospects that they never trade, and then they sign players to big contracts and they don't play them for fear they get hurt. It's everything. Take everything, they put it on the shelf.
It's
and then
unbelievable.
They put something else out on the field. It's really just insane when you think about it.
It's a great product. Yeah.
Good talking to you. That was hilarious. I got to say, what did I do?
Doc, I appreciate it, Dom. And listen, thanks again for calling and bless you and your family and that you're healthy.
Thank you. Bye now.
I appreciate it. Let's go to Val in the Bronx, 888-808-1019. Val, what's going on, bud?
Captain Hoff, what's going on, King? How you doing?
You
can hear me okay?
Oh, dude, I hear you great.
There's an AC behind me. I don't know. You're not picking that up, right?
Nah, you're good.
All right. So I got 2 questions and 1 point, but then I have one thing that I want to get you on. Can I get time to get all of them in? I'm going to try my best.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. We'll see how it goes.
All right. First one. Captain Hoff, of all people, in the conversations we had last season with these Mets, I cannot believe that you started your show by saying that you're out of the postseason.
Val.
After what you saw them do last year?
I gotta stop you right there. Well, let's get to everything. But listen, Val, have you been watching the Mets play baseball over the past few months?
I hear you with that, Captain Hoff. But Captain Hoff, you were the same when I was with you too. Don't give up on them last year. And you saw the magic when everybody was saying this is all dead in the water. You were one of the few people, and I was with you, that kept saying, don't stop on us. And look what happened. Are you really at this point, after what you just saw?
Yes, because there's a difference.
After the year that ended last season with y'all hitting home runs to get into the postseason on the last day, you going to do that now?
Val, it's different, and I'll tell you why. Last year, they were in the playoffs starting in June. And they had to win games. They had to go and fight. They had to go and hit a home run in game 161 to make the playoffs. They had to do all this stuff. They had no choice. If they want, I mean, the pressure was on, and they had to go and do it. This year, they had a 2-month head start. They were unbelievable. They were in first place, and they coasted. And they've been worse than coasting. They've been awful. And they every big game they have, Val, every big game that they have, they fail in. They don't win.
Trust me, Captain Huff. It's funny because if you really watch this season, our seasons haven't really been that much further apart. We've been up and down both squads all the time too, which is why, even the Mets against the Yankees trolling and all this nonsense, there's not even the time for that. But the only reason why I asked you that is because, like I said, after what y'all did last year, it's absolutely not over. You still have, right now, as it sits today, as precarious as that spot is, you still have a spot in the postseason. I don't think you should give up on that just yet. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a Yankee fan. Of all people, I took a lot of heat from friends of mine about the whole Soto thing and all of that. I would be the first one to jump in when it comes to that stuff, even though that's not my style.
Yeah,
but
I get that. But
I'm just saying to you, give them, it's not over until it is over, bro. And you are
Val,
still in this.
Val. I will tell you this much. I am a realist more than anything else. I'm not somebody that sits there and tries to be optimistic just to be optimistic. I'm not trying to be pessimistic.
I'm not asking you to be optimistic. I'm telling you the reality is you still have half a game or a game and a half ahead of who's behind you in that spot.
Half a game over the Giants, a game and a half over the Reds. And technically, you're right. It is kind of like a game and a half over the Giants because they have to. The Mets have the tiebreaker, so the Giants need to have one more win than the Mets at the end of the season. So you're right. There's about a game and a half.
I don't want to tell you to throw your chips in and then blame me if it goes wrong, but I'm just saying I expected more than that from you, Captain Huff.
I'm going to blame you. If I do that, I'm blaming you if they lose.
Hey, you let me down, though, because I thought you was like one of those right there until the end, bro. Don't die.
Listen, hold on, Val. I'm still rooting for my team. I still want them to win. I still want them to make the playoffs. I still think that anything can happen if they get
so this is an Evan move. This is an Evan move. You hedging your bet.
No, I'm not hedging anything, dude. I'm just being realistic. They're dead.
All right.
They're bad.
All right.
They're playing.
All right,
They're awful. Dude, hold on, Val. Let me ask you a question, okay? How often do the Yankees go put up 4 runs in the first inning and then go quiet the rest of the game and then allow the other team to come back and beat them?
We've done that tons of times this season. I had to listen to Robbie from Lennox and all kinds of people. And I love Robbie. Robbie's my dude. But, I've listened to all kinds of people tell us what we couldn't do, situational, and, we can't do this, we know small. If we don't hit a home run, we don't. It's these things happen. I'm telling you, I've been going through this same Easter versus Armageddon is the thing that I tell you all the time. Either the 4 horsemen is rolling or the Christ done risen and it's Easter, we've had these conversations. So, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Don't kill him yet. Don't kill him yet.
Well, the season's not over because there's 14 games left to play. That's why. And then,
I'm gonna leave you alone. I got some points that I want to get across.
All right, go for it, Val. What do you got?
First, I'm gonna get the easy one out. All right. Quick question about I noticed, with what's going on with ESPN, is there any chance that the Knicks end up on the Fan this season at all? Have you heard anything about that? Where's their radio broadcast go?
I believe it's still. I think it's still ESPN radio. I believe.
Do they even have a radio presence? That's why I'm asking you that. I thought that was all kind of over with, but that's something for you to research if you can for me, because I'm interested to know that. I would love to be able to turn on the Fan and hear the Knicks game.
I wish too, but we do not have them. I can tell you that much.
All right, and so we're gonna move right along then.
Okay.
The next one for my Yankees. But I can't remember the guy's name, but I know when we got those relievers at the trade deadline, there was one of them that came, as it Bard or Bird, that came with that crew at first. And a week and a half, 2 weeks later, he was sent down.
Jake Bird, yeah, he was terrible from Colorado.
So what I'm wondering is he nobody else picked him up on waivers? He's still in our system, right?
Oh yeah, you just optioned him. That's all. Didn't hit waivers.
So that being said, and I talked to you about Duvall before, and Matt Blake kind of trying to put his hands on him and see what he could do. I've heard talk too that maybe we're using him in a kind of weird way that he doesn't feel comfortable with because of the timing, and he doesn't get the time that he needs. But he hasn't been high leverage enough for us to use him the way that he wants to. Is there a chance that we could, like, depending on what the read is or what any of the speculation has come out since he got sent down, that Jake could come up to replace Duval and just give Duval, while we still have a little bit of a window to kind of get Duval fixed. Maybe if we send him down and bring Jake up, just to kind of hold his spot until such time, if we can figure out maybe there's a chance that happens.
I don't know if Duval has any options, but I got to be honest with you, you don't want Jake Bird here. He's not. I don't know why they traded for him.
Out of sight, out of mind. Like, I was hoping that you'd say something like in the minors, you've been hearing things, or there's talk that he's kind of found something, out of sight. And honestly, it's just a body to use just so I can give Duval time to hopefully maybe get it right. There's something about that high, like that 100-mile-an-hour cutter or split or whatever he throws that really intrigues me. And if I can get that body, like just get Jake just to hold that spot in case I need somebody and I just need an arm to throw out there until maybe I have a chance to fix Duval, that intrigues me just a little bit. And I know Duval is somebody. Do you want to know his
numbers? Do you want to know his numbers, by the way, Jake Bird?
The way you said that, maybe I don't want to. the way you said that, maybe I don't want to. I don't want to.
His ERA in Scranton Wilkesboro is 7.30 in 12 innings.
So forget that. Maybe
Bring him up.
Another arm done.
Call
maybe
him
there's
up.
another arm.
Hey, I got to be honest with you. You should release him. Maybe the Mets will pick him up and bring him in relief.